Hello, everyone. Welcome to the virtual BRED CPR STICSRD TCD conference on development economics. I'm Eliana La Ferrara, and I'm the program director of the development economics program at CEPR. So I just want to very briefly welcome you to this conference. We are very excited because it's a fantastic program. We were longing to be in London for the real in-person event, but we're trying to see the positive side of things, and so many of you are able to attend the conference today, and this might not have been possible if it were entirely in person. So we thank you for participating. So I just want to thank you, the institutions and organizations that have contributed to this endeavor. So CEPR, BRED, Trinity College Dublin, and Trinity Impact Evaluation, the people from CEPR and BRED who've helped manage everything, Mandy Chan and Lubala Chibwe, and the fantastic scientific committee that screened the papers: Dave Atkin, Oriana Bandiera, Robin Burgess, Michael Cullen, Isabella Manelici, Gaia Narciso, and Jonathan Weigel, together with myself. So I'm very grateful to all of them for helping. We received over 300 submissions, so it was a very, very tough job to come up with a subset of papers. As you have seen, the format of this conference is slightly different than what we adopted in the past, because we have 3 half days. The first day is made of shorter presentations, and the second and third day are instead slightly longer presentations. But I want to stress that, the paper were of equally amazing quality. It was just, a little bit of a attempt to experiment with these different formats. And so before I hand the floor over to Isabella, who will be chairing the first session, Robin, as president of BRED, also wants to add his welcome and a few words. So thanks everyone again.
Okay, so welcome everyone, and also welcome in particular to those who are on YouTube as well. So in the end of May, we did the first virtual BRED conference, and we're thrilled to have so many people coming in from outside. So we're continuing that tradition today. I think the only 2 things I wanted to say was that the BRED and CEPR conferences are known for the intensity of discussion around papers. And I think we want to encourage people, even though it's more difficult on Zoom, to put their hands up, to put questions into the chat, which can be answered with co-authors. So just to encourage people to discuss the papers, because that's the whole point of the conference. And then the second thing I wanted to do was also to just welcome the new BRED fellows and affiliates. So we have an election process for getting people into BRED, and this year was slightly out of kilter because we had the election after the conference. So the new fellows who are coming into BRED are James Habiramana from Georgetown, Giacomo Giorgio from Geneva, Tom Vogel from San Diego, Leonardo Burston from Chicago, Thomas Fujiwara from Princeton, Michelle Turtilt from Mannheim, and Atif Mian from Princeton, and Melissa Dell from Harvard. So that's sort of the senior set of fellows in BRED. So it's a fantastic new set of additions to BRED. And then again, in the affiliates group, we have Gautam Rao from Harvard, Josh Blumenstock from Berkeley, Meredith Starts from Dartmouth, Johannes Haushofer from Princeton, Martina Bjorkman-Nyquist from Stockholm School of Economics, Raul Sanchez de la Sierra from Chicago, Natalia Riegel from Harvard, Natalie Bao from UCLA, Clement Imbert from Warwick, and Erica De Serrano from Northwestern. So I think you can sort of gather from that list of people what a sort of healthy state development economics is in. And you can also see the breadth of different types of work that is going on in development economics. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Isabella, who will be chairing the first of these sessions today. But thank you and welcome everyone.
Welcome everyone as well. We're excited to welcome you to today's 12 presentations tour de force. Before we kick off the first presentation, just some housekeeping rules for both presenters and participants. Presenters, you each have an allotted time of 20 minutes. Please, let's make that work. I will interrupt you with a reminder when we have 5 minutes and 1 minute left. Participants, for the short presentations, please ask your questions in the chat. Either a co-author will address them in the chat, or I will gather a couple of questions to ask them directly to the speaker. At the end of each 3 presentations, there's a short break. That is another opportunity to have your questions answered. With that said, we are delighted to start with Suana's presentation. So Suana, please take it away.
Can you see my slides? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our paper at this conference. This work is joined with Sprit Kors, and Mulanathan, and Frank Schilbach. In the literature on the persistence of poverty, a consistent empirical finding is that the biggest predictor of you being poor in the future is that you're poor today. This finding has led to a long-standing hypothesis that poverty itself can lower one's earnings. In other words, there might be some features of poverty that make people remain poor. Then a key question is, what features of poverty can lead to this kind of persistence? A large part of existing literature has focused on this idea that there might be many productive investments that the poor just cannot afford to make. For example, machines and fertilizers and schooling. Because the poor cannot make these investments, they have lower productivity in the future, which keeps them poor. While these channels are of course likely to be highly important, we try to expand this list of channels by looking at a different kind of mechanism. So the idea is that there could be psychological costs that stem from the experience of poverty. When people are poor, their financial burdens can become mental burdens as people are stressed, worried, or sad about their financial situations. If people are carrying around these mental burdens at work, this could make them less productive and earn less. So what we try to do is we try to empirically test the relevance of this idea using a field experiment with Indian workers. So why do we think this channel could even be relevant in the empirical setting? To motivate, I'm going to show you some figures based on the survey data from our sample. So we asked our sample workers, how worried are they about the future? And the overwhelming majority of them tell us that they're very worried about the future. So 70% of them tell us that they're very worried. And without giving any prompts or directions, we also asked these workers on a regular workday, what were they thinking about during work? And half of them tell us they are actually thinking about their financial issues while at work. So using the answers that they give us, we made this word cloud of showing what kind of issues that they're thinking about. And you can see that the daily expenses and loans loom very large in this figure. And our guess is that these issues also loom large in their mind when they're working. So we want to rigorously test this idea using a field experiment. We want to ask this question, can relieving financial burdens make a person more productive at work? So to answer this question, we run an experiment with manufacturing workers in rural India. In this experiment, we try to alleviate financial constraints of some of the workers and try to examine the effects on their productivity. And to provide evidence on whether psychological channels are mediating some of these effects, we collect detailed information on their production process and try to measure any attention errors. So our work relates to the large growing literature on the psychological effects of financial constraints. So many studies actually find that relieving workers' poverty, people's poverty has positive effect on their cognitive function, decision-making, psychological well-being, and so on. So we try to expand this literature by focusing on an important field outcome, which is workers' productivity and earnings in a real-world setting. Our work also relates to this literature on earnings effect of increased wealth. So a number of papers are finding that the ultra-poor programs, which increase poor people's wealth, lead to productivity benefits for them in the future. So these findings are very consistent with the channel that we have in mind. What we try to do is, unlike these studies, we try to rule out any investment mechanism so that we can design an experiment to isolate the psychological channels as a mechanism. And one thing to note is that we are not trying to take a strong stance about a specific psychological channel that could generate this productivity effect. So it is possible that relieving workers' financial constraints can make them less stressed, less worried, less depressed, or less sad. And to the extent that these effects could lead them to be more attentive at work, where we are able to capture that and provide some positive evidence that these effects are mediated through this mechanism. So in our experiment, we have 408 male workers who are employed full-time for over 2 weeks. And we're using an infrastructure developed from Suprit's earlier paper on pay inequality and moral effects. And we're trying to create a job that seems very normal from the worker's perspective. So in this setting, during the agricultural lean seasons, it's very common for workers to engage in short-term contract jobs. So we recruit workers for such a job, and then we engage them on making disposable plates. And these plates are made up by stitching together tree leaves. So I'll talk more about these plates later. But one thing to note is that these leaves have to meet quality standards that are set by our contractors as we sell all of these output on the local wholesale market. So this setting provides a nice environment to study the question that we have in mind. So one nice feature is that we are working with a population that have already sizable financial concerns. So we saw some motivating figures, and when 71% of our sample already have outstanding loans at baseline. And another thing is we are able to give workers piece rates for production. So this motivates workers to produce as many plates as possible. And also their productivity at work directly translates into their earnings. And we picked the leaf plate task because it's a cognitive challenging task. And then with this task, we are also able to precisely measure output and mistakes on these outputs. So here's a figure that summarizes our overall design. We have two main groups, which is the control group and the early pay group. So for both groups, on day one, we provide a flat payment. So this helps us build some trust that we're going to deliver payments on time, but also the first day was mainly used for training. And for the control group, they receive all of their earnings from day one, after day one, on day 12. So it is very common in this setting to get all your earnings at the end of the short-term contract period. For the early pay group, we make one change, which is that they will receive the earnings that they've accrued up to day 8 on day 8. So this allows us to measure how the productivity change, how the productivity between the control group and the early pay group change after the early payment. And the size of this early payment is quite sizable because in this season, it is typical for workers to only find 1 or 2 days of work in a week. So receiving a full week's worth of pay translates into almost 1 month of typical earnings for some of these workers. And another feature of the design is that we actually announce the payment schedule on day 5. So the early pay doesn't come as a surprise to these workers. So on day 5, workers learn that either they will get paid on day 8 or all the income on day 12, and then they also know that some other workers at the worksite will have a different schedule. So this allows us to examine whether productivity changed also between the period of after announcement and before the early pay, and this allows us to address some confounds such as gift exchange effect, or whether there are some productivity effects from anticipating receiving cash. Okay, so now I'm just going to walk us through some of our core results. So the first result pertained to whether we have a first stage. So does giving worker early pay actually relieve financial constraints? So in the experiment on the last day, we asked workers how they've spent the expenses that they've incurred over the last couple of days, every day. And what we find is that the people who have received early cash go out and really spend a lot of the money on paying off their loans and credits. So the people who receive early cash are 40 percentage points more likely to pay off loans or credits. And this is 200% increase in probability of paying off any loans compared to the control group. And they're also spending almost triple the amount of money on loans and credits compared to the control group. And when we look at the results by what the workers' baseline wealth, we see that while everyone is going off to pay loans and credits, the poorer workers are more likely to pay off loans and credits and also spending larger amount of money on loans and credits. So we see that the workers are going out to pay off loans and credits and spending their money also on food. Does this translate into productivity increases? So in this table, the outcome variable is our normalized hourly production output. And what we find is that the early cash group have a 0.12 standard deviation increase in their productivity after the payments. And here in column 5, I'm splitting the sample into those with above median wealth and below median wealth. And we find that the people who have below median wealth have this large productivity benefit of 0.22 standard deviations. And this is equivalent to 7.8% increase in hourly productivity for these poor workers. And this effect is quite large considering other studies that study productivity effects of different interventions. And we cannot reject that these effects are zero for the people who are above median wealth. So we now want to see whether some of these effects could be mediated through change in attentiveness. So a typical approach in this literature is looking at measures of cognitive function or attention that you can get from laboratory measures such as Raven's matrices and so on. But a natural advantage of our setting is that we can take a different approach by looking closely at the detailed production process. So we can examine the leaf plates that the workers actually produce, and this can give us an insight into what has changed about their production process. So here's a picture of a leaf plate that the workers are making. So to make these leaf plates, workers have to stitch together these leaves using small bamboo sticks. And the quality standard is such that these leaves plates have to meet a minimum size standard, and there has to be no holes and gaps, and the leaf stems must not be visible. And because each leaf has a different shape, it is very easy to make mistakes. And if the workers are making mistakes, then they might have to remove some of the stitches and redo their work. So this means that if workers are planning well and are very focused on their work, then they can be more efficient in this production process. So because the leaves plates only have to meet the minimum size standard, it means if they can produce a leaf using fewer leaves and stitches, it's going to save the time and effort of making the leaf plate. And also, if they're making a good circular plate rather than making a large oblong plate, then they will not have to remove a stitch and undo a mistake. So given this production process, we collected these 3 measures of attentiveness in production. We counted the number of double holes. So when you remove a stitch from these leaves, it leaves 2 small holes that are right next to each other. So we can literally count whether workers have removed any stitches from the leaves. And we can also count how many leaves and stitches are going into each plate. So one thing to note is that workers didn't even know we were collecting these measures of attention. And also these measures were not directly translating into quality standards. So without workers knowing, we can really peek into their production process here. So what we find is that early pay actually increases workers' attentiveness as well. And looking at column 3, we also see that it increases attentiveness, especially for the workers who are below median wealth. And we, again, cannot reject that there's no effect on attentiveness on the above median wealth workers. And one thing I want to quickly note is that we do not find a mechanical correlation between attentiveness measures and output. So we run some extra rounds where we vary piece rates as well as the base rates so that we are keeping the overall wealth constant, but we are motivating some workers to work harder by increasing the return to effort. So what we find is that the people who face higher piece rates in these rounds, their output is higher, but there is no change in attentiveness measures. So what this suggests is that workers can increase output without increasing their attentiveness. And yet in our main experiment, giving workers early cash really seemed to improve their attentiveness as well as increase their production. So it seems that there is a link there. And we also see that the effects are quite persistent throughout the contract period. So we find that this positive effect of early cash on their productivity is not just concentrated on the first day after payment, but it actually lasts through a number of days after the payment. And the results are qualitatively similar for the attentiveness outcome as well. Okay, so I've discussed some, what we think are, I tried to discuss some positive evidence for the channel that we have in mind, which is the psychological channel of having better attention, and then the intervention relieving their financial burdens. Here, I want to briefly discuss some potential confounds that we discussed in the paper. So one potential explanation is that this intervention changed the beliefs or dynamics with the employer. So it's possible that the early pay has led to some gift exchange motive, or the control group workers might have thought that it's unfair that they will get all their payments at the end. So to address this concern, we look at whether there's any announcement effect on their productivity, and we actually find that the results are quite similar for the control and the early pay group during the period after announcement. And we also see whether whether the trust in employer could play a role, and to do this we introduce variation in early pay dates. So some workers get paid on day 8 versus other people getting paid on day 9, and we examine whether there are any differences in productivity effects. So but one thing to note about these explanations is that they need to explain our core set of results, they need to also be able to explain why poorer workers have a higher gift exchange motive or a higher trust in employer. So another channel that we also discuss in the paper is nutrition. Sorry?
5 minutes left.
Thank you. So the biological studies on the biological effect of nutrition suggest that having a large fancy dinner today will not immediately translate into health benefits tomorrow. However, it's possible that if the people who are getting early pay, they are more likely to eat breakfast in the morning. This could affect their blood sugar levels during that day, and this could result in some productivity benefits. So we try to see if this is playing a role in our experiment in 2 ways. So first, we examine whether there are effects near the end of the day. And we see that there are effects throughout the day, so people are having productivity benefits even near the end of the day. And the second thing is we actually collected detailed information about what people were eating for breakfast during the post-pay period. And in our setting, it happens that people have very inelastic breakfast consumption. So most workers are eating similar amounts of rice every day in the morning. And there isn't much of a difference between the control group and the early pay group. So I want to briefly discuss the final set of results regarding priming. So following the existing literature, we also tried to see if priming intervention could have, using a priming intervention, we could vary workers' attention towards financial strain. So we did an intervention where we asked the workers to recount their outstanding loans and also think about how they will come up with some funds in case of emergency. We cross-randomized this intervention with early cash payment, so that some people will get this priming when they haven't received any cash, whereas others will receive this intervention when they've already received their early cash. And we couldn't make a prediction about the overall effect because having early cash could relieve people's worries. Making people think about their financial concerns could make them more worried about their finances, but it can also motivate workers to work harder because they're thinking about their financial issues. However, we did pre-register the second hypothesis, which is that we expect workers to, these productivity effects to be more negative if workers are primed when they're cash poor. And what we find is that the results seem to match our prediction, but it's not statistically significant at 10% level. And we also find that the overall effect of priming seems to be positive. And we find that the effects are concentrated among those people with loans rather than people who are generally poor. So overall, the results are slightly mixed and confusing, and maybe this is not new, like other studies on priming also find that it is quite difficult to target priming precisely. So our overall takeaway is that it may be better to use attention as an outcome, and then rather than using it as a treatment, using a priming intervention. So to wrap up, our study sheds light on the direct relationship between cash on hand and worker productivity, and our findings indicate that poverty itself may be detrimental for earnings. We also try to provide some positive evidence that attentiveness is one mediating mechanism, and that psychological channels could be important for these effects. And our findings have implications for development. There are a lot of policy interventions that relieve workers of financial constraints by providing them unemployment insurance, basic income, and so on. And our results suggest that these interventions could help workers accrue investment effects, but also could alleviate their psychological burdens and therefore lead to productivity benefits. So these transfer programs may have welfare benefits, but also have productivity benefits for the workers as well as firms. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Suana. Your co-authors have been very active in the chat, so I think most questions have already been answered. There are 40 seconds left, so if there's any one question that was not answered in the chat, feel free to unmute yourself and ask that question. We have less than a minute left. Okay, I think all the questions were addressed, so we can move to Kate. Oh, okay. Yes.
I was going to finish answering Ariana's question. So Ariana, like, you're making a very good point that if the effect is strong enough to affect those who get it, is it desirable and shouldn't it trigger gift exchange? One of the pieces of evidence we have that we think is really interesting in the paper is that there seems to be a really big difference. Like, so our effects seem to be driven by this attentiveness margin, or at least partly, right? Where people who have who get the early payments are like more attentive at work, they make less mistakes, and that mediates productivity. When you do piece rate variation, where people are now trying to work harder, we see nowhere near the same increase in effects. So it does seem like there's a difference between like the unconscious, not controlled effect that's operating through the attention channel versus the I want to work harder effect. And so the gift exchange motive would be I want to work more or less hard. And that margin is very different than the I'm so distracted I can't work hard. And so that's why I think that the two, you can have these very different margins.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Supreet, for your presentation and answers. Kate, please take it away.
Sorry. Great. Thanks very much to everyone for pulling this together, especially under the current conditions. So this is joint work with Eliana Carranza, Rob Garlick, who's going to be in the chat window to answer your questions, and Neil Rankin. So we know that work seekers make job search decisions and firms make hiring decisions using potentially limited information about work seekers' skills. Theory tells us that such information frictions, so distortions in behavior due to limited information, can have negative effects for both firms and work seekers' outcomes. On the one hand, firms with limited information can hire poorly matched workers, leading to wedges between wage offers and productivity. On the other hand, limited information for work seekers can result in them searching for jobs that poorly match their skills. So frictions on either side of the market can lower wages and conditional unemployment, and indeed employment itself. This is important for development because these frictions may plausibly be severe in developing countries, because information on skills from school leaving certificates is known to be weakly correlated with actual skills. However, there's also an opportunity because potentially improving the information available could have important effects on work seekers' labor market outcomes, provided, of course, we can get information to the right agents. In this paper, we're going to focus on the role of information about work seekers' skills, measured by their results on standardized skills tests of non-specialist skills that are widely used by large firms in our context. We're not going to speak to limited information about, for example, vacancies or workers' effort. We work with a population where information frictions might be important, so unemployed youth in urban South Africa who have limited post-secondary education and work experience. We find that information frictions about work seekers' skills exist on both sides of this labor market. And we do this by running a series of field experiments that are going to separately manipulate firms and work seekers' information about work seekers' skills. So first, we find that giving more information to both sides of the market improves work seekers' outcomes, suggesting that information frictions exist. We randomly select some work seekers for what we call a public certification intervention. We give them branded certificates which describe skills tests that they've taken and show their results, and these they can be credibly shared with firms. 3 to 4 months after they're certified, they have higher employment and earnings relative to a control group who don't get the certificates. So this part shows that the frictions exist, but it doesn't show who has limited information. So in the next part of the paper, we first test whether work seekers face information frictions. We have 2 pieces of evidence that they do. The first is that with the public certificate, their beliefs about skills are more accurate, and they're more likely to report targeting their search towards jobs that they think will value their skills. In a second experiment, we find that giving work seekers information, what we call privately, so not in a form that they can share it with firms, still has effects on their beliefs and their search targeting, and also improves their earnings. So that shows that the information frictions exist on the work seeker side of the market. And then finally, to show the frictions exist on both sides, we consider if firms face information frictions. So one piece of evidence that they do is the fact that the public certificate has larger effects on earnings than the private one, and it has an effect on employment. So in other words, the effects of information are larger when work seekers are also able to share information with firms rather than just using it to adjust their search. We also run an audit experiment, and in this we find that applications randomly selected to include public certificates get more interview invitations, consistent with firms acquiring information from the certificates. In the audit study, workers can't target search in this experiment. We randomly allocate applications, so the results can't be due to changes in their behavior. We've shown that frictions exist on both sides of the market. Now, why does this matter? The existence of these two-sided frictions influences the design of information provision products and policies. So many existing policies target only one side of the market, or frictions on one side of the market, and they might have limited returns if two-sided frictions are present. So for example, you can imagine firms testing applicants' skills to get more information about them, but that may have limited returns if well-matched work seekers don't know that they might be suited to these firms and don't apply there. We also find that the intervention is cost-effective, and it has policy advantages because it's available to first-time work seekers, and the information can go to multiple employers. We also make a conceptual and empirical contribution. So we build on existing papers on information frictions. Some work studies only one side of the market, so either the worker side or the firm side, but they're not looking for two-sided frictions. And other work studies simultaneous two-sided information revelation, but it's not separately manipulating the information available to firms and to work seekers in the way that we do. We also, more broadly, complement macroeconomic work on the aggregate implications of information frictions. So this is both models of two-sided frictions and then empirical work on aggregate labor market dynamics in developing countries. So to go into the context, we're working in a place where information frictions are pretty likely. We're in Johannesburg in South Africa, and we're going to work with young work seekers. Alternative sources of information on these work seekers' skills are limited. So many young work seekers have no work experience several years after they complete school, and their school leaving qualifications are known to be weakly correlated with their skills. Because of labor market regulation, wrong hires are perceived as being quite costly to firms, which can reduce both the wages that firms offer and the employment rate, indeed, if firms are offering a wage below the reservation wage. And finally, employment rates in this population are low, and particularly so for youth, and low employment for youth is consistent with information frictions because youth often have less search and work experience, which enables them to reveal their types. So we recruit a sample of young active work seekers from low-income backgrounds. We do this by working with a social enterprise called Harambee that matches employers with entry-level work seekers. They recruit candidates through the media and door-to-door. Interested candidates then register online, they do a phone-based screening, and then they sit the standardized skills tests. We measure work seekers' labor market outcomes, their job search, and their beliefs at baseline and at endline. The baseline is self-administered after candidates have done the skills tests, but before they get their results. And the endline is a phone survey 3 to 4 months after the treatment. The phone survey response rate is high and it's balanced across groups. So the sample we end up with, the social enterprise targets young job seekers from disadvantaged backgrounds. So respondents are 99% Black African, 62% female, and on average 24 years old. They've all completed secondary school, although few have further qualifications. 70% have any work experience, but you can think of them as fairly inexperienced. Only 9% have ever held a long-term job. The employed are mostly in entry-level wage work, and they're working at a wage level slightly below the minimum wage for a full-time worker. And most work is very short-term. And finally, all the participants are searching actively. At baseline, they spent about 17 hours on average and $40 PPP per week searching. So these high search costs suggest welfare gains from improving their search targeting. And also importantly for the design of our intervention, the job search and application process is somewhat formal. So in the first intervention, we give candidates information about their test results and allow them to share these results with potential employers. They get a certificate describing the tests and how they perform. They also get a group briefing with a psychologist who explains what each test measures and how to interpret the certificate. The psychologist explains that the work seekers can, but they also don't have to, attach the certificate to future job applications, and they can get more certificates if they like. This intervention is different to universal two-sided provision of certificates because we're only giving certificates to about 2,000 candidates in a job market of several million people. So not giving a certificate is not going to send a negative signal. So this is a certificate. It gives the candidate's name and their ID number. This is an anonymous one. They get 20 color copies of this and an email version. So just to zoom in a little bit, each certificate talks a little bit about the organization doing the assessment. To give credibility, we have the World Bank and the Harambee logo, and Harambee is a very widely recognized brand in South African marketing surveys. The certificate describes the skills that are measured by each of the tests. And then finally, for each skill, it shows the tercile in which the candidate ranked on each test compared to others who were assessed by Harambee. So here you can see they ranked in the middle third of people on numeracy, for example. So we conduct 6 tests, and importantly, firms have demonstrated that they care about these tests. So client firms, about 250 of them, have paid Harambee to screen prospective work seekers using these tests. They've screened about 200,000 people using them in the last couple of years. We interpret the intervention not as ranking candidates in one dimension of skills, but rather as horizontally differentiating candidates who are good and bad at different things. The scores are pretty weakly correlated across tests. And as you can see here, most candidates score well and badly on at least some tests, and very few are all at the bottom or get scores all at the top. The candidates also have inaccurate beliefs about their own types, suggesting a role for work seeker frictions. So the first experiment randomly divides our sample into a certification group, a control group, and then some other groups I'll talk about later. We randomize the treatment by test date, so we reduce risk of spillovers. And the control work seekers get exactly the same experience at Harambee as the treatment work seekers, except they get no information about their results and they don't get a certificate. And all work seekers get about an hour of job search counseling before the tests. We pre-specify all of our analysis, and the treatment effects are going to be using standard errors clustered by test date. So on to some results. These are 3 to 4 months after treatment. So we see that current employment in the last 7 days has risen by 5.2 percentage points from a control group mean of 31 percentage points. So that's a 17% increase. 4 percentage points of that so most of it is in wage employment rather than self-employment. Certification increases the average weekly hours worked by 20%. So the hours, earnings, and wages, these are all inverse hyperbolic sign transformations. So the coefficients are about the percentage change in the outcome. We see weekly earnings increases by 34%, hourly wages by 20%, and the probability of having a written contract, which is one measure of a formal job, increases by about 2 percentage points. We also do some work to assess some effects on match quality. So we've already shown that wages increase. We also adapt a decomposition proposed by Atanasio et al. To separate the extensive margin effect due to more people working and the intensive margin effect if treatment increases the outcomes conditional on employment. And from the decomposition, we find that there is some indication of match quality. So it's not just that treatment increases earnings because more people are working. It also, some of the increase in earnings is due to an increase in earnings conditional on employment. Work seekers are working in higher quality jobs. These effects are economically significant. So the employment effect here is almost 3 times larger than the mean short-run effect size of active labor market programs in a recent meta-analysis. And the average weekly earning gains is about 70% of the weekly adult poverty line. And the gains also easily exceed the average costs of the program. So the earnings gain in the months after treatment is 2.3 times the average variable cost of assessment and certification. So we now move on to the sort of second part of and the main contribution of the paper. The effects of this intervention might reflect reductions in firm or work seeker side information frictions. We can't actually tell from these results. So we're now going to explore which side of the market changes behavior in response to the new information using additional experiments. So first, we're going to document evidence consistent with work seekers facing frictions. So there are 2 pieces of evidence here. The first piece of evidence is from the public certification experiment that I already went through. And here we find that the public certification affects work seeker behavior in ways suggesting that they're learning from the information on the certificate. So they faced frictions before. So receiving the public certificate makes their beliefs more accurate. So we check the fraction of assessments where the candidates' beliefs about their, where they rank, which tercile they're in, match the actual tercile they're in. And this fraction increases by 40%. And certification also changes the types of jobs that candidates target. So it increases the fraction of candidates who report that they're searching for jobs that most value the skills where they score the highest. The second piece of evidence we offer is we evaluate a private certificate. This gives information only to work seekers. So candidates get 1 copy of an unbranded anonymous certificate with their test results on it. They still get a briefing from a psychologist about the results, but they're not encouraged to share the certificates. So you can see the black and white certificate here. There's no name. There's nothing that links the work seeker to these results. There's no branding on the certificate. They only get 1 copy on kind of normal paper instead of the nice paper of the public certificate. And so here, we don't show this here, but we find very similar effects to the public certificate in that work seekers increase the accuracy of their beliefs about their skills, and the private information allows them to target their search better, just like the public certificate. The private information also enables them to make small positive gains in their earnings and wages. So you see that here. There are some positive effects on employment and hours, but those are not statistically significant. So this tells us that even when candidates can't credibly share information with firms, they still are able to change their outcomes when they get better information, suggesting they faced information frictions beforehand. And then finally, we're going to go to the second side of the market and find evidence consistent with firms facing information frictions. So the first thing we do is to compare the 2 certificates, the public and the private one. So this is just putting together the 2 tables that I've shown you already and testing the 2 arms against each other. We see that the private certification has substantially smaller effects than the public certification. So the effects on earnings and hours, for example, are less than half the effects of the public certification. And in all cases, the effects of the private certificate are significantly smaller than the effects of the public certificate. So giving information to work seekers has effects, but when the work seekers can also credibly convey that information to firms, the effects are bigger. The pattern from these 2 arms together isn't consistent with one-sided frictions. So if only firms faced frictions, then the private certificate shouldn't have an effect. On the other hand, if only work seekers faced frictions, then the public and the private certificates should have the same effect. There is one remaining argument. Perhaps the public certificate changes something about how work seekers are searching that we don't observe, even if the firms don't actually respond to it. So we therefore also run an audit style experiment, which reveals the information only to firms. We invite a random sample of assessed candidates to send us a resume that we'll forward to prospective employers. We scrape online job adverts to get a list of vacancies, and then we send resumes from 4 randomly chosen candidates to each of the vacancies. And we find results consistent with firm-side information frictions. So first of all, we see that, so callbacks are just, does a candidate get an interview invitation or any request to provide more information? Those go up by 1.6 percentage points if your application has a public certificate, and your interview rate goes up by 1 percentage point. So there's going to be more in the paper. We show you that the assessment results matter, not just showing that you've bothered to go take the test. We provide some more information for this interpretation about the tests horizontally differentiating different types of work seekers. And we also show, which is important for welfare, that candidates with weaker existing signals get larger effects from the certificate. So in conclusion, we've shown that providing more information about work seekers' skills reduces information frictions and hence improves work seekers' outcomes in the labor market. Revealing information to both sides of the market increases employment and earnings. But the main contribution of the paper is to show that this reflects frictions on both sides of the market, so both work seeker and firm side frictions. We do this by separately manipulating the information available to work seekers and to firms. And in each case, we find evidence consistent with that side of the market facing information frictions. This work has implications for policy. You could add skills certification to enhance job search programs, or potentially just improve the accuracy of assessments done during formal education. And there may also be scope for market-based provision. And then finally, the work also throws up areas for future research. One area is market design for market-based provision. So how third-party providers could establish reputations, how precisely the information should be reported, and then also potentially interaction between different information provision mechanisms. And finally, thank you very much to all the partners and the funders and research assistants who've been involved in this project.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kate. I think there were 1 or 2 questions that were not answered, one from Oriana and one from Garance. We have 1 minute left. So if Oriana or Garance wants to ask the question directly. So
I'm here.
Yes.
So, sorry, I should also put the video. No, so I was just a suggestion that if you do know which skills the firms need, and then if you can show that the match happens exactly on the skills in which the candidate scores highly, because you have a lot of variation, then you can really prove that it's in the information that the certificate is providing, as opposed to, I don't know if it was Supri 2.0, and maybe these guys look different just because they have a certificate, which is a perfectly valid concern. So it's got nothing to do with information, it's just the salience of something different. So if you can show that the match happens on the relevant skills, that I think would be more credible. I don't know what Supri thinks.
So we do run a small placebo intervention where we give candidates just the information that they went to take the tests, but we don't actually give their results. And that has affects about 25% of the size of the public, of the public treatment. So I think that suggests it's not just the shiny certificate, although we were very sympathetic to that explanation. Doing the match, showing the match is difficult. Unfortunately, we don't, in the work seeker experiments, we don't know the skills that the firms need, because we have a huge sample of different firms, and we weren't able always to get the information on where the candidates were working. But yeah, it's a really good point.
Excellent. So I think in the interest of time, we will move to Christina's presentation. Christina is alone today, so I will not be able to ask to her all the questions that you guys enthusiastically ask in the chat, but she will stay after in the break to answer more of the questions. Take it away, Christina. Good luck.
Great, thanks everyone. I'm excited to present my job market paper, Inducing Positive Sorting Through Performance Pay, Experimental Evidence from Pakistani Schools. And as Isabella mentioned, Tahir isn't on the call today, so I'll answer your questions in the chat afterwards. Before I jump in, I just want to give a shout out to our fantastic research team at the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan that implemented this project over the course of 2 years. So the motivation for this project is that many students in developing countries experience subpar teaching. In Pakistan, our setting, 20% of fifth graders are unable to read a sentence in the local language, at the end of being in school for 5 years. And we know that having a good teacher has large persistent effects for students in developed and developing countries. The challenge for policymakers is that it's hard to identify ex ante who is going to be a good teacher. The types of characteristics that are available to schools, like credentials, experience, even interview scores, just aren't good predictors of teacher quality. One potential solution to this problem is that even if firms don't know who the high quality workers are, if employees themselves know, firms can offer certain types of contracts that are more attractive to high quality workers and allow those workers to self-select in. There's lots of theoretical evidence on this, but we know less about this, especially in the context of teaching. This is especially important in the education sector because there's been a doubling in the prevalence of the use of performance pay, especially in developing countries over the last decade. And while we know a lot about the effect of performance pay for the existing stock of employees, there's been lots of RCTs that look at the effect for those employees. We know much less about whether performance pay can actually allow schools to attract and retain higher quality teachers. So that's going to be the goal of this paper. We're going to look at whether or not performance pay induces positive sorting amongst teachers. We're going to try to understand what are the frictions to this positive sorting, what allows higher levels of positive sorting to occur. And then we're going to try to understand the extent to which there's asymmetric information. So how much more do teachers know about their own quality than their employer? We're going to do this by conducting a 2-phase experiment over 18 months with about 250 schools, and we're going to randomize a number of different features of the employment relationship, including contracts, information that teachers have about their quality, and other features. And then we're going to measure lots of detailed outcome all along the kind of causal chain on student outcomes, teacher behavior in response to these contracts, as well as information on both sides of the market. Really briefly to preview the findings, we do find evidence of positive sorting along 2 margins. We see that higher value added teachers move into performance pay schools once we've randomly introduced those contracts. We see that teachers who prefer performance pay actually have larger direct behavioral responses to performance pay, so they respond more strongly in response to these incentives. And then lastly, we do see pretty substantial asymmetric information. Teachers' contract choices are about 3 times as predictive of quality as all of the information that the school has, including principal evaluation. Okay, so for the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk you through the conceptual framework for how we think about employee sorting, explain the design, and then go through the results. So the framework we want to have in mind is a teacher choosing between a flat pay job and a performance pay job. And they're going to make this decision based on their priors about their ability, which we're going to think of as kind of their innate teaching quality in the absence of any incentives, and their treatment effect. So this is how much harder I work under incentive pay. And then there's also going to be lots of other things that affect their decision of whether to work these 2 jobs, like commute time or school amenities. So the total effect for a school of offering a performance pay contract then is going to be that they get, performance pay school gets the average ability plus the treatment effect for the subset of teachers who choose performance pay. Whereas schools that offer flat pay get the average ability for the subset of teachers who choose flat pay. We can rewrite this expression as sorting on type or ability. So the difference in people's abilities for those who choose performance pay versus those who choose flat pay. The average treatment effect, so the average behavioral response across all employees. And the difference in treatment effect for teachers who choose performance pay versus flat pay. And the goal of this paper is going to be estimating all three of these expressions. So we have a lot of evidence on that middle term, the average behavioral response to performance pay across all teachers, but we know much less about these first and third terms. And it's not clear that those would be positive. In order for there to be sorting, it needs to be the case that teachers' priors and the truth are correlated, and that these other non-wage preferences don't dominate preferences over contracts. So our setting, we're going to partner with a large private school chain in Pakistan that operates all over urban Pakistan. We randomize contracts at the school level where teachers either receive a flat raise of 5% irrespective of performance, or a raise from 0 to 10% based on their performance either in an objective measure of performance, so this case percentile value added on inline test scores, or a subjective measure of performance principles rating of the teacher. For the purposes of the short talk, I'm just going to pool these two sub-arms, but the sorting results look very similar between these two sub-treatments. We have detailed administrative data before and after the experiment. We have baseline and endline surveys from teachers and principals, really detailed information on what's actually happening in the classroom. We have almost 7,000 hours of classroom footage coded according to the class rubric. And then detailed information both on test score outcomes for students and some socio-emotional outcomes for students. Okay, so the timeline for the experiment, as I mentioned in the framework, we need some measure of teachers' ability in the absence of any incentives. So that's going to be coming from baseline value added before we introduce any new contracts. Then in the baseline survey, what we're going to do is let teachers know that there's going to be new contracts that are being piloted in their school system, and we want them to actually choose their contract for the following year. And we let them know for a subset of schools, their actual choice will be implemented. So this is a high stakes decision, and we do lots of understanding checks in the survey to make sure that they know that this is a real choice they're making. So we implement this for those schools that are randomly selected to implement their choice. They become part of the Your Choice sample, and then the rest of the schools are randomized into the RCT sample. So this is going to give us one measure of teachers' job choice of what types of teachers prefer flat pay versus performance pay contracts in a high stakes setting. Then for the RCT sample, so the remaining schools, we randomize them to flat pay versus performance pay. This goes on for over a year, and then we can see during the summer whether or not teachers move in response to these new contracts. So in this setting, there's quite a bit of turnover. About 25% of teachers leave the school system and 15% of teachers sort within these 250 schools. So there's a lot of churn that happens. So we can see where they choose to work once these new contracts are in place. And then we'll measure endline student outcomes. Our treatment effects are going to be coming from comparing treatment versus control schools in our RCT sample. So all of the data I'm going to be showing you is from the RCT sample. These teachers are just to kind of help make sure that this decision is as high stakes. We're also going to measure the other side of the market, so trying to understand what the firm knows about teachers at various points in time. Okay, so jumping into the results. First, do we see that higher ability teachers prefer performance pay? So this is plotting the distribution of baseline value added in student standard deviations for our sample. And we see that teachers have large effects on students. So for example, if I happen to get a 95th percentile teacher, you would expect that those students would get about 0.5 standard deviation higher test scores at the end of the year. So quite large effects of teachers. And this is splitting the sample by teachers who chose performance pay versus flat pay. So the solid line is performance pay teachers. This is in the high stakes baseline survey. The dotted line is flat pay teachers. We see a statistically significant difference, and actually at every point in the distribution, the performance pay distribution dominates the flat pay distribution. This is showing those same things just in table form. And we see, importantly, even when we control for the principal's rating of the teacher's contract choice is still predictive of baseline value added, and their choice both between flat pay versus objective performance pay, and flat pay versus subjective performance pay. Both are predictive of teacher quality. So now looking at teachers' actual choices of where to work in the second year, we want to understand, do teachers sort in response to these performance pay contracts? So this is showing you the distribution of teacher quality right before we announce the new contracts. The solid line is showing you schools that are about to be announced performance pay, and the dotted line are flat pay schools. At baseline, we see no statistically significant difference between these two sets of schools. Then a year later, what we see is that the flat pay schools now have more of these below average teachers. The performance pay schools now have more of these above average teachers. And just going back and forth, you can kind of see that change happening. This is only a 1-year pilot, and the teachers knew that this wouldn't be a long-term change. So these effects are just coming from response to a 1-year contract change. This is again showing same results in table form. And when we add different controls, when we control for principal's rating of the teacher, again, teacher's choice of where to work is predictive of quality. So where is this sorting coming from? It could be from new teachers coming into the system, teachers leaving the system, or churn within these 250 schools. Well, it looks like most of the effects are coming from high quality teachers moving from flat pay schools into performance pay schools. We also see slightly lower quality teachers moving from performance into flat pay. So these numbers are giving you the average teacher value added for each of these different groups. We also see a slight difference in the quality of teachers who are leaving the system. So we see more low quality teachers that are being pushed out of performance pay schools, and higher quality teachers being pushed out of control schools. This is out of the system of 250 schools. For this setting, most of these teachers that are leaving then would be leaving the labor force because these are mostly young females. We don't see any difference on entry margins, and that's not surprising because this was only a 1-year intervention. And the way the school system operates is that they don't provide any raises to first-year teachers. So this contract actually would not apply to new entrants. All right, so then the other thing we want to understand is that, do teachers who prefer performance pay have different behavioral responses to performance pay? Are they more responsive to incentives? So what we can do is look at treatment effects by baseline choice of what contract you wanted. Again, this is in the RCT sample, so treatment effects are based on assignment to performance pay. So on average, for all teachers, we see about a 0.07 standard deviation effect of performance pay. This is in the ballpark of what has been seen in other studies, which is usually about 0.08, 0.09 standard deviations. But when we split the sample by those who chose performance pay versus flat pay, we see that there's basically no effective performance pay for those who don't want it, where the effects are much larger for those who prefer performance pay. We also have some information to understand what's driving the extent of sorting that we see. So along with your own contract being randomized during this experiment, all the other schools' contracts are also randomized. So we can look at heterogeneity in sorting by whether or not the school closest to you was assigned the opposite treatment as your school or the same treatment as your school. We're going to think of teachers whose neighboring school was assigned the opposite treatment as a low switching cost setting, because they only have to go down the road to the closest school to get the opposite contract. When we split the sample by this exogenous variation, we see that sorting effects are 4 times larger in these low switching cost settings than when teachers would have had to go, across town or maybe to another city to get the opposite contract. We also introduce an information treatment during the baseline survey to see if we update people's priors about their value added, whether that affects their contract choice. And we see that teachers do update in response to information about their historical value added, and that ends up affecting their ultimate contract choice. So teachers, the correlation between contract choice and value added is about twice as large for teachers who are part of the information treatment group. A few other results that we have. One concern we might have is that, we see positive sorting along value added and treatment effect, but are performance pay schools also attracting kind of undesirable candidates? So teachers that are more able to kind of game the incentive system, or teachers who are less altruistic. We don't see that's the case. So teachers who choose performance pay are actually significantly less likely to use distortionary teaching practices relative to those who didn't want performance pay in response to incentives. And they also are no more likely to have negative outcomes on non-test score outcomes. So we measured students' socio-emotional development along a number of different areas. And we see that teachers who wanted performance pay actually have positive effects on those areas, even in settings where they were incentivized just based on test scores. We also see that in general, performance pay doesn't attract less altruistic teachers. They have similar levels of pro-sociality as measured from a volunteering task. At baseline, they also have even slightly higher levels of contribution to public goods, such as collaborating with other teachers or helping with administrative tasks.
4 minutes
and
left.
then lastly,
4 minutes left, and if you can leave a bit of time for questions. Thank you.
Great. And then lastly, we do see pretty substantial asymmetric information between teachers and principals. So principals do have some information about teacher quality, especially about very observable aspects of teacher quality, like their attendance or behavioral management of students. But teachers seem to have much more information. So teachers' contract choices are about 3 times as predictive of value added as all of the variables that the school would have. So principal evaluation, age, experience, credentials. And it seems like teachers get more accurate over their career, so they seem to learn about their quality over time, whereas principals actually get less accurate the longer they've been working with a teacher, suggesting that they might have kind of favoritism the longer that they've worked with that individual. So wrapping up, in the framework I showed you, there was these 3 components of the total effect of performance pay. And the focus of this paper has been really trying to estimate these 2 additional pieces, sorting on ability and sorting on treatment effect. And if we look at the total effect of performance pay, we see that it's 50% or 2 times as large as if we just had looked at the average treatment effect of performance pay. So I think it's important to look at the sorting effects in addition to the incentive effects. And thanks so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. There are a number of questions. Obviously, we won't be able to address them all, but let's start with the questions of Mike. Mike had several questions along the way. Mike, if you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I guess the first one was just a clarifying question, which I think you already sort of answered, but I just didn't understand how you observe the value added of teachers who are entering the system. I guess it's because this fixed contract affects all of them in their first year. And then my kind of substantive question, I think, was the same as Meredith's, which is, it seems like the big potential margin here is just to draw better teachers into the system in the first place. So it's just a suggestion that would be really interesting to look at going forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. There's another paper by Andrew Johnston who looks at individuals who are at like teacher training colleges, I think, or in undergrad to understand whether or not their preferences are similar to new entrant teachers, and he does find similar effects. So ideally, this would also work at the margin of new entrants, but I think that's an important question of whether this can really change the overall composition of people entering the sector.
Frank, you also had a question?
Yes, thank you. So I was just wondering, like, to whether you could quantify somehow to what extent people are sorting compared to if they had perfect information. Now we need probably something on risk aversion or the like, or some approximation, but it would be good to sort of benchmark to understand how far away are they from perfect information and perfect sorting in terms of like what's good for some teachers versus others. Because I couldn't quite tell. It looked like clearly people have some signal, but I couldn't quite tell. Is that large or small, and sort of benchmarking that would be great somehow.
That's a great idea. Yeah, they're very far from perfect information. We do have measures of risk aversion, and risk aversion actually isn't correlated with value added. It is correlated with contract choice, but if we're worried about kind of higher value added teachers also being more risk averse and something happening there, that doesn't seem to be the case. But I agree that that's a great idea to try to benchmark this against full information.
Ariana, you also had some questions. Would you like to unmute yourself?
I had mostly comments on the novelty of the results because I think, there's so many field experiments that look on the intensive margin and very few that look on the extensive margin. And in particular, the fact that you can estimate the elasticity, the difference in elasticity between those who want performance pay and those who don't is very, very novel. I think what you're left with is the long-term effect, because this is within a system, this is people who signed up. So who signed up for a low incentive job. So the effect might be even stronger if you actually hire people with incentives in the first place. So well done.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah.
Meredith, do you want to add something to what Mike already commented on your joint questions?
Thanks. I think he drew out both of our common questions.
Awesome. Robin, I think you had a question as well at the beginning. Would you still like to address it?
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering about the whether how, for the teacher who's choosing, do they see the kind of expected pay in the two types of schools as being equivalent?
So we did let them know that on average, the payments are the same between the two schools. So they were made aware of that in the initial when we present the two contracts. And then what we do is we basically give them samples to say, if you're a teacher who falls in this percentile, here's what your pay would be in this contract versus this contract. So they kind of see on average what's happening as well as for different percentiles. So that's what they see when they're making the decision.
Okay, great, thanks.
Excellent. And the last question, Garance.
Yes, I was wondering about the effect of competition. So in the same way that the risk aversion might also matter for who would take the contract or not, it seems to me that when you think about teacher, there's a lot of women who are teaching, and then the idea that you have a performance and that you compare on that performance might actually discourage some type of individuals who dislike competition.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So in general, females are less likely to choose performance pay, but we don't see a correlation between preference for competition. So we do have a measure of that in our baseline survey and value added. So it doesn't look like higher types are also more or less competitive. So at least it wouldn't be driving these results, but it could, as you're saying, maybe push out certain demographics that are less prone to want to compete.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. To keep on track, we've been eating from the break that was supposed to end at 4:40. So we're going to take it away with Antonella. Antonella is also, this is a single authored paper, so she's in the same conundrum. So we will try to keep questions to the minimum during the presentation, but she will answer them at the end. Take it away, Antonella.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present my paper in this conference. Yeah, I'm Antonella Bancalari from the LSE and the IFS, and I'm going to present my paper titled "Can White Elephants Kill? The Unintended Consequences of Infrastructure Development in Peru." So it has long been accepted that investing in infrastructure is a driver of productivity and economic development. Lots of resources.
The slides. Is everyone else seeing the slides?
Oh, sorry. Maybe.
I'm seeing a black screen.
Now?
Okay, much better. Yes.
It was on full screen mode, so I'll leave it like that then. Yes. Okay, so lots of resources are allocated towards developing infrastructure. And in fact, the World Bank is calling for a $1.3 trillion investment per year in infrastructure in order to attain the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. However, there is little awareness of the fact that around 30% of the started public infrastructure projects in low and middle income countries are not completed. And so economic research has been very useful at identifying the effectiveness of infrastructure, but from projects that are completed and in use. And we know very little about the consequences of unfinished projects that suffer from mid-construction abandonment, the so-called white elephants. So in this paper, I moved the debate on infrastructure towards a new focus, the implementation phase. And the main research question is, what are the effects of white elephants? The effects can be positive if just investing in starting projects stimulate employment, or if the project provides an infrastructure that can still be used, such as roads without tarmac, and still provides social and economic benefits. But effects can also be negative if starting infrastructure and not completing it is just a wasteful use of resources with high opportunity costs, such as a halfway abandoned school, or if the construction works pose public health hazards and disruptions. And these negative effects can persist over time if users don't connect to the expensive infrastructure, which is known as the last mile problem. So in this paper, I particularly estimate the effects of unfinished sewerage projects and those completed on early life mortality in Peru. The government of Peru invested $3 billion in a nationwide expansion of sewerage with the aim of improving infant and child mortality. And this picture shows an example of how an unfinished sewerage project looks like in Peru. So white elephants were highly prevalent in the development of sewerage infrastructure. In this graph, you can see in the x-axis the number of years that a given project was abandoned or stopped receiving funds before being completed. Almost 80% of the projects started between 2005 and 2012 were a white elephant at some point. And one could even say that the gray bars is taking the shape of an inverted elephant. The older the project, the higher the chance of being a white elephant and for longer. And this is reflected in the white bars in the fact that 50% of the newer projects, so let's say those started between 2013 and 2015, have not been abandoned yet, but it's just a matter of time until they become a white elephant as well. And overall, 35% of the projects were not completed by 2015, in line with the findings in the literature. So to evaluate the effect of an unfinished project, I compiled several sources of novel administrative data. I rely on budgetary reports of 6,000 sewerage projects, and I use the timing of expenditure to identify the number of unfinished projects and those completed in a given district and a given year. And I use vital statistics and population forecasts to compute the infant mortality rate and the mortality rate of children under the age of 5 per 1,000 children, henceforth called the under 5 mortality. For the identification strategy, I use grid cell level spatial data and partisan affiliation. For additional tests, I also use 2 census rounds, municipal characteristics, and public expenditure in different sectors. So finally, I constructed panel data of 1,400 districts for every year spanning 2005 to 2015. So, of course, project placement and completion are endogenous. So I rely on an instrumental variable strategy. And the first question to ask then is, what predicts project implementation? Well, in an exogenous way. So my first instrument, and the main one in this paper, is a prediction of how sewerage diffusion would have evolved over time had project placement been based only on cost considerations. And for this, I exploit the fact that a combination of geographic characteristics, namely elevation, land grading, and river density, affect the suitability of districts for low-cost sewerage projects. Now, to generate variation over time, I follow an algorithmic approach, imposing 2 restrictions. So every year, the most suitable districts in terms of geography for local sewerage project receive 1 project until the nationwide budget is exhausted. And you can see here that the budget between 2005 and 2015 varies over time. So I'm able to exploit that variation. Then once a district hits a maximum threshold of project allocation over time, it stops receiving projects. And this opens up capacity to allocate projects to less geographically suitable districts. So the identification assumption is that no other demand-side factors, policies, or infrastructure evolve over time following the same spatial lines as the prediction. Now, these two maps help understanding better how the instrument works by showing a snapshot of how the actual and predicted implementation of sewerage projects in Peru looks like in the year 2009. The left-hand side map shows the actual project implemented, and the right-hand side map, the predicted. By 2009, blue shaded districts received 5 or more projects, green shaded districts between 4 and 2, yellow districts 1, and white districts none. Now, compared to the prediction, the actual implementation over-allocates projects in the northeast affluence area of Peru and under-allocates projects in the west. Now, given the inclusion of district and year fixed effects, the plausible exogenous variation that I exploit is the one resulting from the discontinuities in project allocation linked to the budget constraint and the maximum threshold allocation. So I will now explain the second instrument, and for this we need to ask what predicts project completion. The first thing that comes to our mind as economists is a principal agent model. And in a country like Peru, with a decentralized government in which lower tiers are not autonomous, there are multiple principals and agents. So I will focus particularly on the relationship between the central and the local government, given that most projects are funded by the central government while being implemented by district municipalities. So as a source of alignment of incentives to complete started projects, I will use partisan alignment, namely, whether or not the municipal mayor is from the same political party as the main political powers in the parliament, which is the one approving the budget for every year. Specifically, what I use as a second instrument is the interaction of the geographic suitability with the partisan alignment, which varies over time. So this table shows the first stage when I'm using the 2 endogenous variables and 2 instruments. Clusters and errors at the district level are shown in parentheses and p-values in brackets. So we can see that the first instrument and the main one, the predicted number of projects, is a relevant one for the number of unfinished projects and those completed. Next, we can see that conditional on a district being suitable for low-cost sewerage projects, districts where the mayor is from the same political party as the parliamentary powers completes a larger number of projects. So I will now present the main results of the paper. And for this, I will use a descriptive graph. So this graph plots the under 5 mortality trends for districts not predicted to receive sewerage in the blue line, and those predicted to receive sewerage in the red line. I'm basically splitting the trends by the main instrument of the paper. The x-axis shows the time to and from the start of the very first project in a given district. And there are 3 main take-ups from this graph. So the first one is that in support of the identification strategy, the mortality trends between the 2 groups of districts were parallel before the implementation of the very first project. And in fact, I find that the predicted allocation based on geography, the main instrument, is not correlated with mortality before the start of projects. Second, once the first project starts, the mortality trend changes. It increases during the first years and decreases afterwards. The 2-state least square estimate revealed that an additional unfinished project increased mortality by 6% over baseline levels. And considering that on average a district starts 4 projects and leaves them unfinished, this is equivalent to half the mortality burden that an average district had at baseline. However, an additional completed project actually decreases mortality by 25% over baseline average. And just to highlight that this magnitude is comparable to the magnitude found by Alson and Golding in Massachusetts in the previous century. So finally, this graph also allows us to see what happens to the always takers. The blue line after the vertical line are those districts that implement the projects, although they were not predicted to do so. And we also see an increase in mortality during the first years, but a steeper decrease afterwards compared to the compliers in the red line. Always takers are inherently different and are likely to put in place complementary policies that mitigate the negative effects of white elephants and are able to reap off the social benefits from sewage projects faster in time. So now let me briefly explain the mechanisms behind the positive effect from unfinished projects, which is the key focus of the paper. So I find that the effect is driven mostly by an increase in waterborne diseases. And this is because in order to install sewage pipes, water cuts are needed, which forces the population to rely on unsafe sources of water and jeopardize their hygienic and sanitation practices. And you can see here that I actually find that there is an increase in the share of the population using unsafe sources of water, while there's a decrease in the share of the population using on-site latrines of the same magnitude as the increase on the population relying on open defecation. Furthermore, the extensive excavations required to install pipes open up ditches that get filled with stagnant water and become pools of infection. I also find that the effect is driven by accidents. Open ditches pose direct hazards to children that are used to roam freely in previously quiet residential areas where now traffic is diverted chaotically. And in extreme cases, children have drowned in pools of water as deep as 2 meters. Now, additional evidence in support of the internal validity of my results is the fact that I find no effects on the mortality caused by diseases and complications unrelated to the mechanisms that I'm explaining. So I'm gonna leave some minutes at the end for the questions, and I'm gonna go now into kind of the policy implications. So how to stop white elephants and reduce social costs? First, any cost effectiveness analysis of infrastructure must add the social cost to the private costs. And this will incentivize agents to put in place complementary policies to mitigate the negative effects of the implementation phase. And this can be low-hanging fruits such as stricter health and safety measures, alternative sources of water, safe water, and better primary health care to prevent children dying out from diarrhea. So there's something also to highlight, and is the fact that white elephants are a wasteful use of resources that of course have very high social costs, but also high social opportunity costs. So in Peru, the abandoned projects by 2015 had 40% of their contractual sum disbursed. And if they are never completed, a back of the envelope calculation suggests that this waste would be equivalent to 1/3 of the expenditure on tertiary education in 2015. So there's an active research agenda trying to identify how to improve the implementation and prevent this mid-construction abandonment of infrastructure projects. So Imran Rasul and Dan Roger find that managerial practices that incentivize local bureaucrats increase project completion in Nigeria. Martin Williams finds that overcoming unstable political dynamics prevent mid-construction abandonment in Ghana. Sebastian Galeano and co-authors find that privatization improves overall sewer services in Argentina, leading to a reduction in child mortality equivalent in magnitude, but of course in the opposite direction than the one I find during the implementation phase. And while I add to this literature by identifying that also partisan alignment is another factor affecting project completion and preventing mid-construction abandonment. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Antonella. So Antonella still has 5 minutes of her time. So if anyone would like to share thoughts or questions, please unmute yourself and do so. So if there are no questions, then Gabriel, you could take it away.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Antonella.
Thank you.
Okay. Today I'll be talking about local elites as state capacity, how city chiefs use local information to increase tax compliance in the DRC. This work is joint with Pablo and Augustine, who are at Harvard, and John, who's at LSE. The motivation for this work is that fiscal capacity is an important input to economic and political development in poor countries. But often poor countries find themselves in low tax, low capacity traps. And the question for them is how to transition to becoming self-sufficient tax states. Often in these settings, tax collection is still done on a manual basis, especially on the subnational level. And so a fundamental decision facing governments is what type of tax collector to use, specifically whether to employ state agents or to delegate this responsibility to local elites outside of the state apparatus. Weak states often operate alongside elites of many different types, and they have the option of engaging them in the tasks of public administration. And I'll be clear up front that I'm talking about the choice of collectors separate from different contracts offered to collectors, which is more relevant to the historical literature on tax farming. Here we hold fixed contracts in the paper and only study differences in the identity of the collector. In making this decision, governments will encounter different trade-offs in employing local elites or state agents. Local elites are thought to have lower transaction or collection costs because they live closer or in the areas that they would be tasked with collection, whereas central agents or state agents would need to be deployed from the central government body to go collect in outlying areas, and thus incur transportation costs, for example. Local elites are also thought to have better information about citizens in the areas in which they live, which may be an important input to generating compliance if compliance is imperfect and that information is needed to target or negotiate with taxpayers. However, almost by definition, local elites will be harder to monitor because they exist outside of the state administration, which may give rise to greater leakage and exploitation in the collection process. Often in low capacity states, we observe delegation of collection to local elites. This is mainly because governments believe the lower costs and benefits outweigh the costs of corruption and leakage. We observe this historically, but also in many developing countries today, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. By contrast, in higher capacity states, collection is often done by state agents. This is because they're thought to have higher enforcement capacity that outweighs the higher transaction costs of collection. And this higher enforcement capacity reflects past investments in fiscal and legal capacity and third-party information that accumulate over time. And we most often observe this in settings like OECD countries. In this paper, we ask two research questions. First, could fragile states increase tax revenues by delegating tax collection responsibilities to local elites? If so, why are these local elites more effective? And second, on the other hand, does empowering local elites to collect taxes backfire along any important dimensions like shifting incidents, raising corruption, or undermining government legitimacy? We study this in the context of a field experiment that was embedded in a 2018 property tax campaign in the city of Kananga in the DRC. This was implemented by the provincial government of Kasai Central and involved assigning neighborhoods to one of three treatment arms. In the first treatment arm, collection was done by state agents of the provincial tax ministry. In the second treatment arm, local city chiefs in neighborhoods were charged with the responsibility of collection. And a third hybrid treatment arm was implemented to help shed light on mechanisms. The unit of randomization here is the neighborhood, of which there are 356 in Kananga. And these neighborhoods are randomly assigned to one of these three treatment groups and to months within a 6-month campaign. And these neighborhoods cover about 50,000 properties citywide, which will comprise the total number of observations we have in our administrative tax data. We use that data to look at compliance and revenues, and we also collect survey data to shed light on distributional incidents, bribes, and views of government. The DRC is a weak state, both at the national and subnational levels. And as you might expect, formal tax compliance is very low. In Kasai Central, tax revenues on an annual basis are only about 30 US cents per person per year. The government has recently been trying to invest in raising revenues through a property tax because that revenue stays local. And they did their first systematic property tax collection in 2016, which raised compliance through door-to-door collection relative to an old system of voluntary compliance. And in 2018, to extend the tax net further, they involved chiefs thinking that they may be more effective collectors. So what this campaign looked like in practice is that it involved 2 stages of door-to-door collection by a team of 2 collectors in a given neighborhood. In the first stage, collectors built a property register of the full neighborhood, given that no existing valuation role existed. So all property owners during this step received a visit by tax collectors. They received a unique tax ID and a tax letter informing them of their liability, which is an annual fixed fee of either approximately $2 or $9 US, depending on which property category a property is assessed as belonging to by the collectors. This assessment also happens during this step. And the two value bands are low or high band correspondingly. During this visit, collectors could also solicit the tax if needed, or they could make appointments for revisits. In the second stage, door-to-door collection involved appeals by the collection team at their discretion. And this stage lasted approximately a month in each neighborhood. Collectors, when they found someone willing to pay, would use handheld printers to print receipts for those taxpayers. And on a weekly basis, they would bring back the collections and receipts and deposit them at the tax ministry to receive a bonus proportional to the amount collected. The experiment then is to compare collection by tax ministry agents to that done by city chiefs. So a little bit more information about what these treatment arms look like. In the central treatment arm, it's agents of the provincial tax ministry that are collecting. These are unsalaried contractors at the tax ministry and other parts of the provincial bureaucracy. This is typically how the government goes about staffing or hiring for campaigns that are short run like this. And the incentive for these contractors to work on the campaign is the bonus that they receive, but also some possibility that they could receive a future salaried position in the government or the tax ministry, which is a highly sought after position in the city. So if a neighborhood is randomly assigned to the central treatment arm, the collection team of state agents is deployed on a daily basis to go and collect in the neighborhood in that second stage of the campaign, and they'll return at night to their homes and leave from the tax ministry the next morning to go and collect. In the local treatment arm, city chiefs are tasked with collection, and these are locally embedded elites and leaders who have other tasks in the neighborhood. So they resolve property disputes and they oversee the administration of an informal tax by which people contribute labor towards public goods projects like the repairing of roads. These are not customary chiefs in the traditional sense, but you can think of them more as being neo-customary. They have many of the trappings of more traditional and powerful rural chiefs, though they don't have as much power over the daily lives of citizens necessarily. Given that this is an urban setting. They're a common institution in urban Francophone Africa, and importantly, they're often involved in property tax collection. What is held constant across these treatment arms is everything that I would say are the nuts and bolts of the campaign. So this is the training, protocol, and technology used in tax collection. The collection teams receive the same bonus proportional to what they collect. And the government also held fixed expectations about future tax responsibilities in future campaigns to avoid those expectations biasing effort in the 2018 campaign. What then varies and is the basis of this experiment is everything, all the attributes associated with the type of tax collector. These capture things like some of the advantages and disadvantages I mentioned earlier, like local information, legitimacy, and sanctioning. They also come with some demographic differences. City chiefs are on average older and less educated, for example, than state agent collectors. These are things we see as hard baked into the definition of the treatments. Okay, results. This table shows estimates from regressing individual level outcomes from the tax administration data. Here it's compliance, whether someone paid the tax, on an indicator at the neighborhood level for whether a neighborhood was assigned to the local treatment arm. The excluded category is the central treatment arm here, and in all specifications, we're including randomization straight fixed effects. The first column includes no other controls, and we find a 2.3 percentage point increase relative to a central mean of 6.8%, which you see in the bottom row. In the second column, which is our preferred specification, we add two-month time period fixed effects, and this is to address an issue arising from a secular decline in compliance common across treatment arms, which coupled with this administrative staggering of treatments could mean that the estimate in column 1 is an over or underestimate of the true treatment effect. And this is an issue that we discuss in detail in the paper. Adding these fixed effects, we find that the treatment effect increases to 3.2 percentage points. In column 3, we add fixed effects for the type of property category property is assessed as belonging into, and we see the estimate is essentially unchanged. Finally, in column 4, we exclude properties that are deemed exempt by collectors and find that the treatment effect increases. And this reflects the fact that chiefs are more likely to grant exemptions than state agents, and we find they're more likely to do so accurately. So all told, the local treatment increases tax compliance by 51% and 43% relative to collection by state agents, according to our preferred specification. You may be struck by the overall average low levels of compliance here. So it ranges between 7 and 10%. However, this is not that different from what we observe in other low-income countries, where compliance with property taxes ranges between 5 and 21% in places like Liberia, Rwanda, and Ghana. To benchmark this magnitude a little bit more, I don't know if you can see this, sorry. We cross-randomized enforcement flyer messages on the tax letters distributed to property taxpayers. And this is a standard intervention in the public finance literature. And we find that the effect of these messages are 5 times smaller than the effect of the local treatment. Then we ask, are there any downsides to collection by chiefs? We do find that there's a small increase in bribes of 2 percentage points, but this is on a low base in the central treatment arm of only 1% of people reporting paying a bribe to citizens. In the paper, we discussed how much the government would need to value the social cost of these bribes to prefer employing state agents over local collectors, and find that they would need to value it significantly more than the actual revenue they receive. Then, to address the concern that empowering chiefs with the task of collection might undermine the perceived legitimacy of the government itself, we look at measures drawn from surveys of views of government, and we find no evidence of backfiring here. Indeed, if anything, trust in government increases in local relative to central areas. There's several other margins we assess in the paper, such as the assessment margin during the property register visit and fiscal externalities, and we find null or positive effects to local collection, but I won't cover these for time. Okay, so why do chiefs collect more taxes than state agents? There's 3 families of explanations that we see as consistent with these effects. First, simply that chiefs are doing more tax visits because it's cheaper or less costly for them to do so because they live in the neighborhood. Second, that conditional on the total number of visits across treatments being similar, chiefs are better at targeting visits because of local information that they have about citizens. Third, that conditional on visits, chiefs are better able to persuade households to pay. The intuition behind this first mechanism is that it's less costly for chiefs to make tax visits because they are closer to the citizens that they're going to ask to pay the tax. And this could increase compliance, for example, if time-varying liquidity constraints bind. If chiefs can make repeated visits, it means that they are more likely to catch someone on a day when they have cash on hand. It could also simply increase the perception that payment is necessary, whereas state agents might only visit a property once. So to test this, we measure differences in reported visits according to property owners 2 to 4 weeks after the conclusion of collection in a neighborhood from our midline survey. We find no differences along the extensive or intensive margin of visits, and we're relatively well powered here. We have about 20,000 observations from our midline survey, so we're pretty confident in the precision of these results. And as a second check, we look at evidence of unofficial discussions outside of tax visits as reported in surveys. And we find no evidence that chiefs are making more efforts outside of the campaign to convince people to pay. The intuition behind the targeting mechanism is that chiefs have a better signal about who's more likely to pay the tax, and that if collectors are not visiting all households in the second stage of the campaign, and we validate this in the data, only about 40% of households receive a follow-up visit after the registration step, then chiefs may be better able to target these follow-up visits, conditional on the total number of visits being similar across treatments. So we test this by evaluating a hybrid treatment arm that shares chiefs' information about households' payment propensities with a team of state collection agents. We call this the central plus local treatment, local information treatment, or the CLI arm. And in this treatment, state agents do the property registration visit on their own. Afterwards, they meet and consult with the chief who's in charge of that neighborhood. And the chief provides them information about property owners on the tax roll, and armed with that information, the collectors go back and collect in the neighborhood. What this looks like in practice is you see the central collectors at top and bottom here with the tax roll in front of them. The chief is over here at right, and he's looking at a picture of the property, and then with the name of the property owner displayed underneath by our enumerator, and providing information about the ability and separately the willingness of that individual to pay the property tax. And they go line by line through the tax register for all the properties. The central agents can write down this information and take it with them when they go to collect. When we compare this CLI treatment to the central arm, we find in column 1 that compliance and revenues are significantly higher. In column 3 and 4, which are the extensive and intensive margin of visits respectively, we see no significant differences. In column 5, we condition on a household receiving a visit and find that compliance increases in the CLI arm relative to the central arm. And this is suggestive evidence of some advantage in targeting visits to households because they're more effective when they visit a household than state agents alone. In column 6, however, we compare all 3 treatments together, and we find that we're able to reject equality between the CLI and local treatments, which means that there's still a persistent gap between these 2 treatments. So the CLI treatment increases compliance, but not as much as chiefs collecting alone. And I'll just mention that the point estimates for local here do not line up with those I showed you earlier, because when we include the time period fixed effects in column 6, we're restricting to a period when all 3 treatments are active.
5 minutes left, Gabriel.
Okay, thanks. To support the interpretation that CLI collectors gain an advantage in targeting properties, we correlate at the individual property level the recommendation by the chief, which is collected during that consultation, and whether those households report receiving a visit and whether they actually paid the tax. And we find that CLI collectors are more likely to visit and collect at those properties. The question then is, of what does this local information consist? This figure shows estimates from a regression of local in blue and CLI in red compared to the central treatment arm, restricting to the sample of properties that reported receiving a follow-up visit. And the outcomes are on the y-axis, characteristics of the households. We see that chief and CLI collectors rely less on observables like house quality, which is the measure up top. We see a negative difference with the central arm here. And these are house quality measures collected objectively by our enumerators and things that the state agents would observe upon visiting the property on their own. By contrast, we see that these local and CLI collectors target more on unobservables like liquidity and views of government, things that we collect in the survey and that would not be visible to a state collector upon visiting a neighborhood for the first time. You see consistently positive differences along these measures in this figure. So the remaining gap between CLI and local could be consistent with the information transfer not being perfect or chiefs retaining some additional advantage. And we do see evidence that chiefs still retain an advantage in targeting by liquidity, which could reflect their ability to better time visits if liquidity constraints bind. However, another explanation for this remaining gap is that conditional on visiting a household, chiefs are better able at persuading people to pay. And this could be through activating tax morale or greater sanctioning power. So to test this explanation, we look at collection during the initial property registration step, in which all properties were visited in a particular linear property by property fashion that was consistent across treatment arms. So this should neutralize the chief's ability to pick and choose which households he or she would target for collection. And we see no significant differences in compliance during this visit. A second test is to look at heterogeneous treatment effects by chief characteristics at baseline that we think would predict or be positively correlated with persuasive power, like trust and service provision, but we see no significant differences along these margins either. So to conclude, we find that collection by chiefs increases revenues by 43% relative to collection by state agents. We do find an increase in bribes, but not other mismanagement margins. And there's no evidence of eroding of attitudes towards government. For evidence on the mechanism, we find that chiefs appear to have an advantage in targeting households because of local information. When we look at distributional impacts, we see that chiefs are bringing lower value properties, but those with high liquidity into the tax net. And when we look at taxpayers only, we don't see any significant differences in income or liquidity relative to the state agent arm. In terms of cost effectiveness, we find that a return on an additional dollar spent in tax administration would increase by 53% if the government solely involved chiefs in collection. And these results taken together suggest that chief collection is a viable short-run option in settings seeking to establish rudimentary fiscal capacity. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Gabriel, for being on time. I think Sandra had a question on which Gabe could bring more evidence. Sandra, would you like to ask your question with respect to the full set of relationships between chiefs and citizens?
Yes, sure, but I think Jonathan already answered it. So thank you so much.
Excellent. There was some evidence that apparently Gabe could have shown in relationship to that. If not, there was an unanswered question from Christina Orban. She's asking, do you think if the 2 types of collectors get compliance from different parts of the local income distribution?
That's a good question. So I think the last point I just mentioned briefly about the distributional implications we don't find among taxpayers that there's any significant differences in the income of people who eventually pay. We do see differences in terms of those who they approach for collection and visits, that those taxpayers who receive visits by chiefs appear to have more liquidity, higher propensity to pay, which is correlated with income, but it doesn't appear that in the end that there's differences in the income of the distribution of taxpayers across the treatment groups.
Excellent. We're exactly on time. Thank you everyone for collaborating. And now the presentation of Federico Rossi. Rossi, take it away. And after that, we will have a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you very much for having us in the program. This is joint work with Tommaso, who is here monitoring the chat, as well as Gabriela Sant'Angelo. So this is a paper about structural transformation, and in particular, the decline in agricultural employment that is typically associated with the process of economic development. Of course, as we all know, there is an enormous body of work on this issue and on the possible drivers of this pattern. And this literature typically emphasizes two types of mechanisms that might explain it. First, income effects that lead to a reduction in the demand for agricultural goods over time as countries become richer. And second, faster technological change in agriculture, which tends to push away workers from that sector. Now, from the perspective of the labor market, we can think of both these forces as changes in the relative demand for agricultural labor. So either because of preferences or technology, workers are progressively less and less needed in the agricultural sector. On the other hand, the supply side of the labor market, workers, is mostly in the background. With few exceptions, the stories typically do not allow any heterogeneity of skills or growth over time in human capital, so that labor is basically like a commodity which simply reallocates across sectors as a reaction to these demand forces. In this paper, we really want to bring back workers and their skills, what we call the human side of structural transformation, at the center of the picture. And we argue that the labor force itself has changed dramatically over time, with new cohorts having progressively a stronger and stronger comparative advantage for the non-agricultural sector. Our key result is going to be that this has led to a large decline in the supply of agricultural labor, which can account for about 20% of the observed reallocation. So how do we get there? Well, our methodology can be described as a structural year cohort decomposition. That is an empirical decomposition of labor reallocation between year and cohort effects, which then we interpret through the lens of a structural model. Now, our starting empirical observation is that the overall reallocation that I showed you on the first slide is really the product of two different forces, which have roughly the same magnitude. First, on the left on this slide here, there is a decline over time in year effects common across cohorts. That is, if we follow a given cohort over time, we observe more and more individuals moving out of agriculture. Second, on the right, we see a decline in cohort effects. That is, relatively recent cohorts at a given point in time are less likely to be in agriculture. So this second pattern is consistent with the idea that the composition of the labor force has changed over time towards cohorts which are more and more oriented towards the non-agricultural sector. So the paper basically explores this intuition and this particular cut of the data more in detail, and we do so in 3 steps. First, we formalize and compute this decomposition between year and cohort effects, and we show that about 40% of the reallocation can be explained in a purely statistical sense by changes over time in cohort effects. Second, we bring additional data to try to unpack these cohort effects and understand their decline over time. And here, using several sources of variation, we relate these cohort effects to changes over time in human capital and schooling across cohorts, consistently with the idea that human capital might be associated with either a stronger productivity or maybe a stronger taste for the non-agricultural sector. Finally, we develop a general equilibrium model of labor reallocation that we use to give a more structural interpretation of our decomposition results and to understand the aggregate implications. So in today's presentation, I will give you a brief overview of each of these three steps in turn, starting from the empirical decomposition and the data. So we use micro-level data from a large collection of censuses and labor force surveys that we get either from IPOS International and the DHS. So we have about a bit less than 300 cross-sections that cover 69 countries that span a large share of the global population and the global income distribution. We focus on working age males and abstract from differences over time and cross-country in female labor force participation. And using this data, we compute our key variable of interest, which is the cohort level agricultural employment in year T and country J. Now, in order to quantify the overall importance of cohort level differences for aggregate reallocation, we compute the following two-step decomposition. First, we relate the log of cohort-specific agricultural employment to year effects and cohort effects. Second, in the second stage, we aggregating up from the first expression here, we compute the aggregate rate of labor reallocation between two periods, and we decompose it in two components. First, a year component, which is simply given by the change over time in the estimated year effect, and second, a cohort component, which is given by the change in the average estimated cohort effects for the active cohorts across the two periods. So this cohort component is really the key object of interest in our analysis, and as you will see, we'll have a more structural, a more precise interpretation in the context of our model. So we compute these components for all countries and then compute their average. And here I'm plotting in these two histograms the cross-country distribution. There are two things that I would like to point out from this graph. First, both the year component and the cohort component for the vast majority of countries are negative, meaning that they both contribute to the observed decline in agricultural employment. And second, if we look at their magnitude, they are roughly a similar cross-country average, and the cohort component can account for about 60% of the observed reallocation. Now, one concern with all of this is that these cohort effects might in principle capture issues related to age as opposed to cohort level characteristics. And for example, as is going to be the case in our model, older workers might be relatively more affected by mobility frictions given their shorter horizon. So in order to explore that, we develop and compute a variant of our decomposition where we separately control for age in the first stage, which of course we can do under one linear restriction that allows us to separately identify age and cohort effects. Now, I won't go into the details in this presentation on the implementation of this exercise, but the key takeaways that I want to emphasize are that, one, yes, controlling for age does matter, and the cohort component is somewhat smaller compared to before, which is consistent with the presence of some mobility frictions. Two, however, even conditional on age, the cohort component can still account for a significant part of labor reallocation, about 40%. So this 40% number is really the highlight that we take away from our decomposition, and we will come back to this in the context of our model. Now, the next thing that we do is to try to bring additional data to try to unpack these cohort level differences in agricultural employment and understand what lies behind. And we do so by providing 4 separate pieces of evidence which are consistent with the idea that cross-cohort differences in human capital and schooling in particular are reflected in these cohort effects. Now, I will now give you a very quick overview in the interest of time of each of these 4 different tests. And of course, we're happy to discuss more the details in the chat or in the discussion. So the first natural thing that we do is to check whether our cohort effects that we estimated in the decomposition analysis correlate with measures of cohort level human capital, such as schooling. So as we could have expected, schooling is trending upwards across all countries in our sample. So in principle, this might help in explaining the decline in cohort effects, as I showed you before, though of course this might just be due to common trends. So the first thing that we do is to look at deviations from such trend, and in particular to check whether the cohort effect estimated for cohort C and country J, is correlated with cohort level schooling once a country-specific quadratic trend is controlled for. So here in this plot, I'm showing the coefficients that we get from this regression separately for each country. And we see that for virtually all of them, this beta is negative, and in most cases, significantly so, which means that cohorts which have higher educational attainment relative to a trend have also lower agricultural employment as measured by the cohort effect. Of course, we don't take this as, we don't claim any causality here, and we take this as suggestive evidence for a possible link between human capital and cohort effects. So to dig deeper, what we do next is to look at various types of shocks, plausible shocks to human capital formation during youth, and to see how they correlate with agricultural employment during adulthood. So the first that we look at is cyclical fluctuations in GDP during youth. And what we show is that cohorts which are exposed to relatively favorable economic conditions during youth, especially around the age of 10 or so, have both higher schooling on average and a lower probability of being employed in agriculture as measured by the cohort effect. The second exercise that we do relies on a data set that we collect for this purpose of a number of educational reforms and other relevant political events in the countries in our sample. And once again, the idea is that we want to exploit the differential exposure of different cohorts to these events and to see how it relates to adult outcomes and in particular to agricultural employment during adulthood. So here I'm showing results for educational reforms, which are mostly extensions of compulsory schooling ages. And what we see is that relative to the pre-existing trend, cohorts which are just young enough to be affected by this reform have both higher schooling and a lower agricultural employment, again, as measured by the cohort effect. In the paper, we show a similar analysis that uses a sample of political events that affect the functioning of the educational system, and such as say, wars, declarations of independence, and so on. And we find similar results, namely that cohorts which are affected by, say, a negative shock during their schooling years have both less schooling and a higher agricultural employment when adults. Finally, in order to make some progress towards causal identification, we look at the widely studied IMPRESS school construction program in Indonesia. And we follow exactly the same identification and specification as in Duflo 2001, which is a different diff that exploits the differential exposure to the program across different districts and across different cohorts. And we show that, once again, cohorts which are more affected by the school construction program have both higher schooling on average and a lower probability of being employed in agriculture when adults. So to summarize this very quick review of empirical evidence that I gave you, so what we do is basically to look at different shocks that might affect human capital formation and to show that these shocks are reflected into our cohort effects. Some of these shocks are policy driven, and this provides some evidence that perhaps educational policy can matter in this context, can affect sectoral choices and perhaps even overall reallocation out of agriculture. Now, the last step of our analysis is to develop a general equilibrium model to think through the aggregate implications of this evidence, of these results, and in particular of this change across cohorts in relevant characteristics. So what I will do in terms of the model today is that I will give you first a verbal description of the key ingredients, and then I'll show you graphically how we use it for our inference. So this is a general equilibrium two-sector model. It has an overlapping generation structure where each period a new cohort enters into the labor market, replacing the oldest existing cohort. Crucially, and this is really what distinguishes our work from previous work on this area, individuals are heterogeneous in terms of human capital, both within cohorts and across cohorts. Within cohorts, there is a fixed distribution of skills, which is exogenous, and across cohorts, this distribution shifts so that the average cohort level human capital grows exogenously at a constant rate. So to be absolutely clear, here human capital growth is completely exogenous. We are not taking a stand on where this growth is coming from, but rather what we are looking at, what we want to do is a sort of structural accounting exercise where we quantify the role of this force for the observed rate of reallocation. As I mentioned, there are two sectors in the economy, agriculture and non-agriculture. And here, the crucial assumption is that human capital is only really useful in the non-agricultural sector. In the paper, we have a different version of the model where human capital does not just confer a productivity advantage for non-agriculture, but also affects preferences for different sectors. And we show that the implications of that model are similar to the ones that I'm going to show you. Finally, individuals face a sectoral choice problem, which is subject to mobility costs associated to any sectoral switch. And not surprisingly, given the third bullet point on this slide, what we see in equilibrium is that high human capital individuals and cohorts tend to sort in the non-agricultural sector, which is consistent with empirical evidence. Now, the model is very tractable, and the labor market equilibrium can be simply described by this log linear supply and demand diagram in agricultural employment and relative wages. The supply curve here is upward sloping, has a higher agricultural wage, raises the human capital threshold above which individuals choose to leave agriculture, and therefore implies more individuals in agriculture, a higher agricultural employment, while the demand curve is obviously downward slope. Now, this model, okay, thank you. This model encompasses the standard forces of structural transformation that I was referring to at the very beginning, and we show that these forces can be represented by a downward shift in the demand curve. However, in addition, the model also has human capital growth across cohorts, which generates a downward shift in the supply curve, as over time, more and more individuals with a comparative advantage for non-agriculture, because they have higher human capital, enter in the economy. Now, what is the effect of this shift in supply driven by changes in cohort level characteristics? Well, in partial equilibrium, if prices and wages are kept fixed, we will go from LA to LAPE on this slide. So the difference between these two, the red segment on this slide, is a way to quantify the magnitude of the supply shift itself and captures the partial equilibrium effect. Of course, prices and wages will not be fixed, and in particular, wages the relative wage will go up by moving along the demand curve. And in addition, unless we are in a small open economy, there will also be a shift in the demand curve, which is driven by general equilibrium adjustments in the relative price for the final agricultural good. So overall, the aggregate effect in general equilibrium of this shift is given by this blue segment here. Now, the model gives us two theoretical results that we can use to link these two quantities of interest that I just showed you to our empirical decomposition. The first result is that if the model is a data generating process, then our cohort component that we got from our empirical decomposition captures the red segment in the previous slide, so the supply shift, the partial equilibrium effect of human capital growth. So intuitively, what this is saying is that cross-cohort gaps in agricultural employment at a given point in time are informative through the lens of the model on the extent to which over time supplies are shifted because of the entry of new cohorts. So given this, we can simply go back to our decomposition results that I show you and give a more structural interpretation to it and conclude that in partial equilibrium, this supply shift can account for about 40% of the aggregate relocation. So that's a large shift in supply. The second result that we have is that the aggregate effect in general equilibrium, so the blue segment in the previous graph, is again proportional to the cohort component, where this constant of proportionality is a general equilibrium multiplier that is a function of exogenous parameters in the model that captures the extent to which prices adjust as a response to this supply shift. So of course, in order to quantify this object here, we need to pick some value for this theta. So in the paper, we follow two alternative approaches to quantify theta, which unfortunately, I do not have the time to go into details in today's presentation. The first is calibration of the underlying parameter that form this theta. And the second is a more reduced form estimation exercise where we use cross-country and overtime variation in the estimated cohort component. Now, it turns out that both approaches give us a theta of about 1/2, from which we conclude that in general equilibrium, the supply shift can account for about 20%, that is 1/2 compared to the partial equilibrium effect of the observed labor reallocation out of agriculture. So just to conclude, in this paper, we do 3 things. Empirically, we show that new cohorts entering the labor market play an important role quantitatively in accounting for labor reallocation out of agriculture. Second, bringing additional data and additional sources of variation, we argue that at least part of these changes over time in cohort effects are related to human capital that grows across cohorts. And third, combining the data and the model, we argue that the evidence is consistent with the large decline in the supply for agricultural labor that can explain about 20% of labor reallocation. So the key takeaway that we want to convey is that this result implies that workers and their skills, what we call the human side of structural transformation, should really be at the center of any discussion on structural transformation. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Federico, for finishing on time. If there are any pending questions, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask them. If not, we can all have an opportunity to freshen up, and we have a 10 minutes break until 5:50 UK time.
I just had one question, Federico, which is, why are you not modeling why people invest in human capital? What's the reason for that? Because that would seem to be a natural thing to do here.
So actually, we do have an extension where we do something like that. But I guess the spirit of the exercise here, as I quickly mentioned, is a bit different in the sense that we are basically taking as given the change in human capital that happens over time. We do not have anything in particular to say where it's coming from. So our empirical decomposition is not telling us that. But our empirical decomposition is a way to quantify this. And so we are using the results from that decomposition to basically discipline the model and asking, okay, how quantitatively important is that to account for labor reallocation? Of course, it's important to understand where it comes from. Some of the pieces of empirical evidence that I showed you do point at some possible sources which are interesting, such as I mentioned, educational policy, for example, but we do not want to claim that all of our cohort of component is driven by that. We do not have any specific evidence in the decomposition pointing to that.
Excellent. Rob, do you want to ask your question directly?
Sure, thank you. I was just wondering how easy it would be to think about life cycle effects in the model and how that maps into the empirical decomposition. So it seems like someone choosing a sector at the beginning of their life is very different to someone with 20 years experience in agriculture switching into the modern sector. So yeah, I mean, of course, I didn't show you the model, so you couldn't see it. We do have something like that already. No, sure. So our sectoral choice decision is indeed dynamic, and people, over their life have an opportunity to change sector. And the fact that there is a mobility cost associated with these sectoral changes makes the problem dynamic in the sense that, once you do not reallocate, you take into account that tomorrow, if you want to reallocate, you will have to pay that fixed cost. And that creates an horizon effect such that individuals which are older have just less time to enjoy, say, higher wages in the non-agricultural sector and find less worthwhile to pay the fixed cost. So we do have that. And of course, the model and the empirical decomposition, in particular, the version of the empirical decomposition with age controls are consistent in the sense that I didn't go through this, but we choose exactly the restriction that we need to identify age and cohort effects to be consistent with our model. So that choice is driven by the predictions of the model.
Okay. And Xavier, the last question, and then we can all take a break for the remaining 7 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess in production technology the production of agriculture has changed over time. I mean, so if you think about, a Roy model where you have, people people have different skills. I mean, you know, the relative skill to producing in agriculture might require less labor, and so that also frees labor to go somewhere else. And related to that is, you know, what's happening to you know, the average farm, if you will, you know, and what happens to cultivable area. I mean, if there's increases in agricultural production, you might need less area, and so you know, and if you need less area, you need less labor. So I guess that, yeah, the bottom line is you might need less labor, and so that also can exacerbate the you know, the transition from agriculture to other sectors.
Yeah, so in the model, we don't really have changes in sectoral specific technology over time. Of course, that's an interesting issue to look at, and we could try to incorporate that. In terms of the agricultural production, we do have land as a fixed factor, and of course that affects the you know, the extent to which the marginal returns to additional labor. But yeah, I guess. So we have something like, so we don't have something like, I don't know, human capital becoming more or less useful within a given sector over time. We have something that looks like skill bias, technological change over time, but that's only across sectors, just because the skill intensive sector is becoming bigger. So that's that's something we could try to explore more.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in 5 minutes. Jonathan will be the chair of the remaining 6 presentations of today.
Oh, I want to see this paper actually. Oh, yeah. Can you take a screenshot of this?
For now?
Yeah.
Are we stand?
It just has to be.
Okay.
The Carranza paper that you were talking about.
Okay, why don't we continue? People are back. So the next few papers, we're going to follow the same structure. So please, you can accumulate questions in the chat, and Alex will have a little bit of time at the end to respond. So Alex, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Jonathan. Let me know if you can't see my slides. So in this project, we aim at understanding what is the relationship between the ocean and early childhood outcomes. And this is a joint project with Ivan Quintaveras, who is currently doing his PhD at Bocconi University. So the fetal origins hypothesis has been around for quite some time now. So this idea that shocks in utero, so very early in life, can have very long-term consequences later on, has been already proven under a very variety of shocks. But the real focus of this literature very early in time, since Barker's hypothesis in '86, has been on identifying biological effects of prenatal nutritional deprivation. Okay? By biological effects, we mean the direct effects of nutrition while keeping all other inputs constant. This has been proven to be very difficult in practice because most of the shocks are always mixing some direct effects, so some biological effects, and they're often tangled with parental investments. Okay, so in some way, reactions to shocks, which are adapting to variation in nutritional deprivation. Even in case in which we use RCTs by providing exogenous nutrition supplementation, we also observe behavioral change. This makes the ability of the literature to be able to identify separate biological effects and adaptation very difficult in practice. It turns out that the ocean, which has not been studied a lot in the economics literature, plays a central role to understand prenatal nutrition in developing countries. This is for mainly two reasons. Developing countries have experienced a very large decline in fish stocks in the last 50 years, mainly driven by industrial fishing. And at the same time, many developing countries are still heavily reliant on fish as a food source. This is particularly important during pregnancies because fish is a source of a wide variety of macronutrients and micronutrients. Just to make an example, proteins. Proteins is very important for fetal growth, and fetal growth restrictions have been considered in the medical literature as the main cause of neonatal death. So what we do in this paper is to estimate the effect of mild prenatal nutritional deprivation on early childhood outcomes. So we do so by studying exposure while in utero to ocean acidification. Ocean acidification is one of the byproducts of climate change, which is making the ocean's pH to decrease, becoming more acidic by the absorption of CO2 from the atmosphere. Okay, so if we look at the time from the Industrial Revolution to nowadays, the acidity of water in the ocean has increased by 26%. We studied this at a global scale for the coastal area of a large number of developing countries. Now, studying acidification is fundamentally different from previous studies because of two reasons. First, acidification provides a direct shock to fish stocks because it makes marine life harder, especially in coral reefs where most of the fishing is happening. And at the same time, water chemistry is a shock that is not directly observed by individuals and also not directly felt by individuals, which makes the characteristic of this shock very peculiar and allows us to isolate the channel of transmission to more of availability of natural resources for maternal nutrition. So the first type of information we put together has to do with children, and we gather information about birth histories and health investment among children thanks to the DHS. Okay, so we put together 95 geocoded household surveys, which are all the geocoded surveys from the DHS available nowadays, being collected from 1990 to 2018 and covering 36 developing countries around the world. The figure is representing what is the distribution of DHS clusters from this aggregation. But what we are interested is not just estimating something for the whole world. So we want to focus specifically on coastal areas, which are the one which are more directly related to the ocean. So to do so, we use the definition of the United Nations, even though in the paper we use a variety of these definitions. And we basically select first countries with access to ocean, which are represented in red. And we then make use of geocoding for DHS clusters, which allow us to identify the coastal area as defined by United Nations as the area extending landward up to 100 kilometers. Okay, so in red, we identify the clusters which are in coastal areas according to this definition. The resulting data set allows us to observe more than 1.5 million births, which are distributed from 1972 to 2018. So a wide variety of births, both spatially and with time variation. Then what we do, we match this information with ocean pH. And to do so, we use the AdJam2ES dataset, which is provided by the European Space Agency. This is a monthly global raster at the 1x1 degree resolution. So if you're not practical with this type of data, we are talking about squares of 100 by 100 kilometers at the equator. And this data set gives us, for each data point, chemical features in the open ocean waters. And we can date back these up to 1970s using reanalysis from this data set. Now, in the figure, I'm just showing an example for Africa. And what we do, we match births, which have time and spatial variation in the DHS, using the closest straight distance. Okay, so each DHS cluster is matched to the point in the ocean which has the closest straight distance to that point. Okay, so for identification, this allows us to use two sources of variation which we can exploit. The first one is the standards used in the literature studying DHS, which is child level in utero exposure. Okay, so this allows us having time variation even if the time of the interview is unchanged for the same location. And at the same time allow us to observe multiple children for the same mother. The second type of variation we exploit is climate change driven variation in ocean chemistry, okay, so in open ocean pH. It is important to notice that this variation does not come from local economic activity, but it's determined at global scale from a wide variety of phenomena such as winds, temperatures, sea ice, precipitation, and ocean circulation. This type of variation has two main characteristics. First of all, if we plot the pH of the ocean matched with sample points, we see that basically acidification. So over time, every year, on average, the pH is going down. And the biggest advantage of this type of trend is that climate change is making this reduction heterogeneous across the world. Some areas are becoming more acidic faster, and some areas are becoming acidic slower. So in other words, this allows us exploiting first differential trends in the way the ocean is becoming acidified. The second characteristic of pH is that the same as CO2 in the atmosphere is following natural variation within each year. The fact that we observe child level variation at the level of month and year allow us also to exploit this type of variation. And climate change is varying seasonality, again, in an heterogeneous way across the world. Some areas, seasonality is becoming sharper, in some other areas it's becoming less sharp. So in other words, we are not only exploiting differential trends, but we are also exploiting differential seasonality in the way pH is changing. So coming to identification and estimation, we focus our attention on a high-dimensional fixed effect model. Our objective is to estimate the effect of a 0.01 increase in the average pH while in utero, And it is important to notice that our estimates will estimate an increase in pH, but acidification is in practice a decrease. So the interpretation of the coefficient will be going in the opposite direction. Just to give you an idea, what is 0.01 change in pH? This is pretty much 1/6 of the average decrease that happened from 72 to 2018. Now, to estimate this effect, we use two different specifications. We use a benchmark specification. This is a standard high-dimensional fixed effect model. We have child outcomes on the left-hand side. We have pH on the right-hand side. We have some time varying controls, which includes, for example, temperature and rainfall. And we have a large series of fixed effects. We include cluster fixed effect. We include birth date fixed effect. And then we include a series of interactions to control for local trend and local seasonality. Okay, so to make an example, local trend is picked up by interactions between a location indicator and the year of birth, and local seasonality is picking up by interaction between location indicators and month of birth. As a second type of specification we are more conservative, and we decide to also use within siblings specification. Okay, so in this second specification, we introduce mother fixed effect, which has two consequences: allow us to control for unobservable characteristics of each mother, but at the same time excludes from the sample mothers that have only one child. So it's basically excluding low fertility mothers and younger mothers. Okay, so coming to results. We start by focusing on mortality, and because maternal malnutrition is primarily associated with mortality early on in life, we focus first on NMR, okay, so on neonatal mortality rates. These are the number of deaths in the very first month of life. This graph is showing you on the left part the benchmark specification, and on the right part estimates using the mother fixed effect specification. Each color is a different specification using alternative combination for trends and seasonality. Okay, so what we see is that clearly an increase in pH has a very robust effect on decreasing mortality of around 2 to 3 births per 1,000, 2 to 3 deaths per 1,000 births. It's very robust across specification, controlling for mother fixed effect, just drive the estimate slightly larger, but doesn't really change much the estimate. So overall, we see that increasing acidity is in fact causing an increase in mortality. It's not very large, but it's statistically significant and very consistent across specification. The next step we want to understand is whether this shock experience in utero is translated later on in life. So to do so, we expand this type of estimation, and we estimate probability of death for every single month in life up to age 5. This graph is showing you the marginal effect of pH in utero. The dotted lines is showing you the 90% confidence interval, and the shaded is showing you the confidence interval up to the 99%. This is clearly showing you that the effect we observe in NMR is very much concentrating in the very first months of life, and is slowly converging towards zero as we go later on in life. So in the literature, this is showing, this pattern is evidence of what is known as death harvesting. So in other words, we believe that the effect is showing a displacement of mortality. So in other words, this is indicating that the weakest children are the ones dying very early in life when they experience a shock related to pH while in utero. But this shock, instead of being persistent, tends to disappear very rapidly within the first year of life.
There's about 5 minutes, Alex.
Yeah. To understand this better, we first try to understand whether there is adaptation and whether acidification is also related to income shocks. We observe no effect on antenatal care nor on delivery care, and also no effect on breastfeeding. This is indicating that the effect we observe on mortality is not driven by a change in the investment of parents, which is indicating of no effect of adaptation and no income shocks. At the same time, this allows us to conclude that there's no differential effect in additional supplements or nutrient supplements that is provided through the health system. So if we put these results together, we try to understand how these translate into child development. So we looked here at anthropometrics and morbidity and health. We see that there's no effect on morbidity and health. And we see that on anthropometrics, there is a slightly significant effect on weight for height, which is going in the opposite direction of what we would expect. Clearly, this is not telling us that pH in utero, variation in pH in utero is good, but it's just telling us that there is a very significant sample selection in this case. So in other words, this is indication that children who are weaker are now dropping out from the sample because they die very early in life. So that in those areas, what is left are children which are relatively stronger. Now, up to now, I just tried to give you a causal effect of pH variation in utero on mortality and development. Then we want to understand whether what we are picking up is really nutrition. And this turns out to be not very easy because information about nutrition is not available retrospectively. So we start answering this question by thinking about distance. In the literature, if you want to identify communities which are very close, which relies on food for nutrition, the easiest way to identify these is to go on the ocean shore. So what we did is just to estimate the marginal effect of pH in utero on neonatal mortality flexibly by distance. And what we see is that the effect is mainly driven by villages, by households, which are exactly at the shore of the ocean. And as soon as you move away from the ocean, this effect is disappearing. Now, if we do the same exercise by focusing on alternative sources of water, by looking at distance from rivers and lakes, we see that this effect is basically flat, is really homogeneous. So if we put these two things together, this is already telling us that most probably the effect is driven by households which are really living front of the ocean. Now, this is not really conclusive of our story. So we try to reconcile this with the literature. And if you believe the literature, lack of nutrition, we would expect larger effects in areas where fish is already depleted. So in other words, where there is more overfishing. So we collected two sources to measure geocoded presence of industrial and local fishing, and we just try to measure heterogeneity in the effect on neonatal mortality. So on the left, we see that the effect is mainly driven by industrial fishing. So area with high intensity of industrial fishing have a larger effect. Keep in mind that industrial fishing has a very direct effect on fish stocks, but does not redistribute income locally. At the same time, local fishing do redistribute potentially income locally, but we see that this effect is pretty much constant. So this means this is reinforcing the result that this effect is a purely driven by a lack of fish, of availability of fish, rather than an effect of fishing as an economic activity. So this is also reinforced as larger effects in many dimensions, such as islands or countries which have higher consumption on fish in terms of animal proteins. So I think I'm running out of time. So very quickly, to conclude, these results contribute pretty much to three literatures. The literature on early life events in child development. So we provide evidence on the mechanism behind mild prenatal nutritional deprivation. It contributes to the literature on natural resources and human development. Most of these literature has been focusing on extraction of subsoil assets and has somewhat forgot about renewable assets like fish. And it contributes to climate change and human health. So we provide evidence of a very clear link between experience of variation in ocean chemistry and human health.
Okay, great. So we only have about 30 seconds. Let me just summarize two questions and maybe you can quickly do. So one is, does acidification change the composition of fish? And in particular with regard to some which have mercury and more higher levels of mercury. And then the other one is regarding the correlation between acidity and then other sort of climate variables or pollution.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer very quickly. Does it change the composition? This is an open question for the scientific research. In general, we do have two types of evidence. One is very local, showing that it does change composition. And we have archaeological evidence, which shows that when there is acidity, we tend to see mass extinction. But it's an open question, so we don't really know how to answer this. And our results goes in the direction that on average, we should see this reducing. In terms of correlation, yes, there is a correlation. And the only thing we can do, clearly I didn't have much time to explain, we do add controls for other chemistry characteristic of the ocean, and we do control for the same type of information by focusing on temperature and on rainfall at the time that the child is in utero.
Okay, thanks. I think that's all we have time for. There's a few other comments and questions in the chat that maybe you can take a look at. So Neil, do you want to share your screen?
Can you see it?
Yep, looks good.
All right, great. Thanks, Jonathan, for chairing the session, and to all the organizers for putting together the program. I'm excited to share with you today some research that Ling, though, my co-author, who should be in the audience, and I have been working on related to anticipation and consumption. When the conference opened earlier today, we saw a paper which kind of made clear how thoughts of money are often top of mind for many workers. But economic models offer little guidance as to how this time spent thinking about or planning or anticipating future consumption affects decision making. And we know that poor decision making can be exacerbated by poverty from previous theoretical work. But what we're going to claim today is that trying to understand the underlying mechanisms behind how decision making is influenced by poverty is going to have important implications for things like the design of cash transfer programs. So I'm going to show you some theory and evidence, but just to kind of motivate a little further, I wanted to share some screenshots from an article that was about the Give Directly charity, which is kind of focusing on a pair of households and how they're going about planning or thinking about how to use the money that the windfall that they received. So this is Otaneo and his wife. They're calculating their monthly budget, and says they never used to talk about money. It was too stressful. And then when they get the money, they formulate a plan as to how they're going to ensure that the returns continue in the longer term. So here you see them planting a tree. And this is sort of what's going to be like their bank account. And then here you have their cousin Odero, who says he doesn't have a long-term strategy for how to use the charity income to make more money. The money has changed his life for the better. That's what we know from previous impact evaluations on cash transfer programs. But in terms of planning for exactly what to do with the money and how to make sure that it's sustainable for the long term, here we see no such plans. And so we want to sort of emphasize the role of planning and trying to understand how that influences decision making, particularly for those in poverty. So more specifically, what we're going to do in this presentation is we're going to present a new model of intertemporal choice, which is going to be based on the notion of anticipatory utility. And it's going to make distinct predictions from discounting-based utility models of behavior. It's going to show us how waiting times, time spent anticipating, can induce consumers to plan to save more. And I'm going to extend the model further to explain time-inconsistent preferences for temptation goods and develop some testable implications, which we're then going to turn to evidence from a pair of randomized controlled trials that were run in Kenya and Malawi, including the Give Directly impact evaluation in Kenya, to show that households that are informed that they have to wait longer before receiving their windfall payments are going to save more, invest more in assets, and exhibit lower spending on temptation goods. And finally, if there's time at the end, I'll show evidence from a different setting, which has the same structure, but is in a developed country context, looking at the 2008 tax rebate payments in the US and showing that households that receive payments sooner have higher MPCs than households that have to wait longer before receiving their payments. I'll sort of start by providing an overview of the model. The basic ingredients of the model are that consumers are going to form intertemporal consumption plans, and they're going to get utility from anticipating future consumption. So given a level of anticipation of future period consumption, the consumer is going to experience utility from revising their level of anticipation to a different level. And the key assumption that we're going to make is that that function that governs the flow utility that they get from anticipating future consumption is going to take the form of a value function from prospect theory. So that's this N object is these innovations in anticipation, and it's going to exhibit this gain-loss asymmetry. So there are pleasant surprises that consumers experience from looking forward to future consumption. There's a reluctance to revise their plans downward. And the main result that we're going to be able to derive in this setting is that waiting times are going to lead to putting more weight on future consumption and thereby lead to more patient decision making. So just to give you a simple timeline of a special case of the model, imagine in the first period you get information about a windfall. Subsequently, you make a short-term consumption decision. Suppose you have concave utility over consumption in the short term, and then long-term consumption is realized in the terminal period. Suppose you have linear utility over the final period, long-term consumption, so that's going to capture the value of savings. And then we're going to modify the model to add in a waiting period in between when you get information and when you can consume. And we're going to see how what are the implications of adding in this waiting period in explaining people's consumption savings decisions. So just to isolate the key components of this model, I've written down the flow utility functions here. So I'll just go through each of these pieces one by one to explain what it's doing. The first piece here is in period 0, when you get information about a future windfall, you anticipate some level of period 1 consumption. So this is period 0's choice about how much to anticipate or look forward to period 1's consumption, given the previous level, which in this case is 0. Then we have in period 0, you're choosing how much to look forward to period 2 consumption. And these are optimally going to be chosen in period 0. Even though there's no consumption going on in period 0, they get utility from anticipating or looking forward to both period 1 and period 2 consumption. Finally, in period 1, we get consumption utility. And moreover, we get some gain from consuming potentially more than what was chosen to be anticipated or looked forward to. Likewise, the consumer is going to experience a gain from further increasing their anticipation of period 2 utility relative to what they inherited from the previous period. In period 2, they're going to choose consumption, and they're going to get some additional gain from consuming more than the level that they were anticipating, that they had chosen to anticipate. So within this framework, in order to characterize optimal anticipation, it's fairly straightforward. The consumer sort of chooses incrementally to raise their level of anticipation by equal amounts across all periods. And this follows from the fact that this anticipatory utility function is curved in gains. And more importantly, taking that optimal anticipation as an input to try to understand optimal consumption in this environment, and this is the key result, that optimal short-term consumption when you have fewer waiting periods is going to be greater than optimal short-term consumption when you have more waiting periods. So this is that main effect that we were talking about, that longer waiting times are going to induce people to behave more patiently and to consume more in the long term or to save more. And sort of intuitively, this follows from the fact that this model that we've developed provides a channel through which these increases in the marginal utility of saving are higher for longer waiting periods. So this is sort of the first order condition that comes out of the model where, if in period T you have short-term consumption, so there's some concave utility from consumption in period T, and in period T plus 1, that's our long-term consumption where, or savings where it's valued linearly. Here, anticipatory utility induces kind of this wedge whereby short-term consumption is more valuable, but less so when you have longer waiting periods. And so just to sort of summarize a few of the implications here, if we have longer waiting time, then the consumer is going to experience more but smaller increments of anticipation. Whereas if we have shorter waiting times, the consumers are going to experience fewer but large increments of anticipation. And so in the case with longer waiting times, they're effectively going to be putting more weight on future utility, thereby making more patient decisions in this model. And so what's important here to emphasize is that this contrasts with discounted utility models where there's essentially no history dependence, right? The timing of information shouldn't matter in a model where people have discounted utility, because in those models, even if you have quasi-hyperbolic discounting, people are purely forward-looking. They might be myopic in the sense that they put more weight on the present than the future, but they still, it doesn't matter sort of whether they learned about the windfall 1 period ago or say 5 periods ago. And sort of that's the key channel that's developed through this framework. I'm going to then extend the model to incorporate temptation goods before we go on and look at the RCT evidence. So we're going to think about a temptation good as one which agents value prospectively only for the consumption utility and not for the anticipatory utility. So if smoking is a temptation good, I'm not going to enjoy looking forward to the thought that I'll smoke tomorrow. Most likely, if you ask me, I'll say I don't want to smoke, I want to quit. I will enjoy it in the current period if I'm consuming it, but I won't get that anticipatory utility from looking forward to it. And that's going to induce this time inconsistent preferences. And within this framework, one of the key results that we're going to show is that the fraction of spending on temptation goods is going to be lower when wealth is higher. And this will be reminiscent of an effect that was previously elucidated by Banerjee and Moy-Nathan. And much like in their work, this is going to lead to a poverty trap whereby lower levels of wealth can discontinuously lead to higher levels of present consumption. And most importantly, and this is where kind of the distinguishing feature of our model lies relative to the prior work, which invokes discounting-based utility, is that we're going to see a unique channel through which waiting time, that history between when you were informed of a windfall and when you actually received it, is going to lead to changes in consumption behavior, in particular, decreased temptation spending. So timeline of the model is very similar, except now we've introduced 2 different goods. We've got non-tempting and tempting goods in both periods. And accordingly, the model is going to have similar components. It's going to have optimal anticipation of the non-tempting good consumption. You're going to enjoy consumption of the non-tempting good, as well as that gain relative to how much you were anticipating. You're going to revise your level of anticipation of future non-temptation consumption and enjoy the benefit of looking forward to future consumption thereof. There's temptation consumption as well in period 1, and temptation consumption was not previously anticipated. So you get a gain in the present period of that amount of temptation consumption, but there's no component of looking forward to temptation consumption in period 2 when you're in period 1. And likewise in period 0, we didn't have any utility from looking forward to temptation consumption in the future. Period 2 utility is going to have non-temptation consumption, the gain relative to what you were looking for, what you had chosen to look forward to, the temptation consumption, and that gain relative to what you were looking forward to, which is 0. And so the time inconsistency in this model is going to arise because each agent is going to maximize this undiscounted sum of future flow utilities, excluding the component of the anticipatory utility pertaining to temptation consumption. And so this is why we have time inconsistency in this model, because gain utility from consuming temptation goods is not valued prospectively, but it is valued in the present. And so what this model allows us to do is characterize optimal consumption much like before. Within periods, we're going to equate the marginal utility of temptation and non-temptation spending, but across periods, there's going to be this component whereby the period one self will exclude the anticipatory or gain utility component of temptation spending in the future period. And the extent to which they do so is going to depend on how increasing consumption in the present will lead to a reduction in temptation spending in the future. And so that's the key object here that drives this wedge between temptation spending and how it's valued in the present versus the future. It's that if I spend more today, that's going to leave me less in the future to waste on temptation goods. That's what induces consumers to spend more in the present. And so the important comparative statics in our model are going to arise from understanding how this object, how the amount that I overspend in the present and prevent from giving to my future self is going to, and thereby which can be wasted by my future self, is going to vary as a function of my budget.
So Neil, there's about 5 minutes left, and there's a number of interesting questions. So try to save time if you can.
Okay. So in this model, we have behavior that looks like impatience arising because of the fact that I overspend in the present so that I don't leave my future self any amount to kind of waste on temptation spending. And the key result, as I alluded to, is this comparative static with the budget, that low-income consumers are going to exhibit more impatience because that effect is decreasing in the size of the budget. I won't go through the derivation of that, but what I will highlight is kind of the broad implication, which is that the poor are spending a higher fraction of their income on temptation goods. Low levels of wealth are going to deter the agent from taking advantage of savings because their current and future preferences differ. And that's going to give rise to this trade-off between enjoying pleasant surprises from consuming temptation goods in the present versus enjoying anticipation of future non-tempting goods. At small levels of wealth, that consumption of the temptation good is going to dominate. At large levels of wealth, that anticipation of non-tempting future consumption is going to dominate. And so that's what gives rise to, in this model, a poverty trap, whereby lower wealth levels can see discontinuously higher consumption. Okay. And finally, the unique implication of this framework from previous work related to discounting-based utility models of intertemporal choice is how waiting times impact behavior. And sort of, the key intuition here is that if you receive information at different times in a discounting-based model, that doesn't affect your decision-making going forward, whereas in this model, you enjoy looking forward to future consumption, so the longer that you have to wait before receiving a windfall, the more patiently you'll behave. And so just to sort of show the evidence on this, we revisit data from the Give Directly Impact evaluation from Housekeeping and Shapiro. One of their treatment arms had to do with monthly versus lump sum transfers. Their monthly transfer was paid out over a 9-month period, about $45 per month. And accordingly, the lump sum transfer was paid out in full in one of the 9 months that was randomly chosen and informed to the households in advance. And so what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in on those lump sum transfers, and we're going to show how households behave when they're informed that they're going to be getting a transfer within the next 4 months versus a situation where they're informed that they're going to be getting a transfer in 5 to 9 months from now. And so this is just to show you kind of that the samples are balanced. Since this is a new source of variation that we're exploiting within their experiment, we do balance tests and we show not only that the averages are similar, but you can also see the distributions in these plots along various dimensions, that they have the same characteristics on average. And kind of main results on assets and investments, we see regardless of how we're defining what a longer relative to a shorter wait is, we see greater savings, greater investments, more spending in cows and so forth for households that have to wait longer before receiving their windfalls. And on the temptation spending side of things, we see that households that have to wait longer are spending less on alcohol and tobacco. So here's a key feature of our results, which is not explicable by models based on discounting, because if I'm tempted to spend on alcohol or tobacco, whether I had to wait or for 3 months or 5 months before receiving the windfall, it shouldn't matter. But in this model that we've developed and consistent with the evidence, we see that it does. And so kind of the broad conclusion, and I'll stop here, is that if we're thinking about the design of cash transfer policies, inducing waiting times is a key design feature that can lead to improvements in how households are utilizing their spending. So I'll take a look in the chat if there are questions.
I think maybe Supreet, if you wanted to summarize some of your questions, I think they might be on behalf of a few people.
That's Jonathan's way of saying I was chatting too much. I think maybe one question that I think a bunch of us had, including Frank and Mike, was just how we should think about the mechanism here. Like, do you feel like you can distinguish anticipatory utility from just things like I have a longer time window in which to plan? So there's a few ways that could happen. So one way that could happen is, the planning fallacy literature talks about how you can just forget like future things that you're going to need to spend money on. And so if you have a longer horizon, those attentional costs might matter less because you don't need to consciously think what's every expenditure that's coming down the pike. I just kind of can plan better, or you could make adjustments in terms of thinking, I'll plant a little bit more now because I know I'm going to get this money coming when fertilizer will need to be paid. So there's just so much else that can change in the planning horizon that it's hard to, both in the theory in terms of like other kinds of attentional costs versus anticipatory utility, and then the empirics adds this like investment channel. So
yeah, I think of this model as kind of formalizing a channel through which planning can matter and affect consumption decisions. And in particular, if we just generically think about planning, it's not clear whether having a longer time horizon is going to induce you to, plan to spend more, for example. Whereas, what we're seeing is that it's not about sort of the levels per se. We also see these distinct implications for the composition of spending, like on, specific types of investments or spending on temptation goods. And those I think are sort of hard to reconcile with sort of just generic notions about planning. I think this model offers a specific sense in which we can understand how plans are formed and how waiting times allow consumers to anticipate their future consumption decisions.
If I might say, I think what would help then is if you actually can show us the effects on non-temptation goods and other kinds of consumption, so like food, because I think that if you didn't see an effect on that, I think that would make this point more compelling. Whereas if you're generally seeing a higher marginal propensity to consume in shorter periods versus later ones, that applies to lots of consumption items, then I think it's harder to make that comment about it distinguishing.
Yeah, there's an additional piece of evidence that we have from a separate randomized controlled trial in Malawi, where we have much more detailed information on different types of savings and expenditure, which I don't have time to show today, but the point is definitely well taken.
So we are unfortunately out of time. Thanks for the really rich paper, Neil. And let's move to Elisa. Do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Yes, thanks, Jonathan. Okay. Can you all hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan, and thanks to the organizing committee. I am very happy to be here today and be part of this amazing program. I will talk to you today about my job market paper, which provides experimental evidence on the benefits of obesity in a low resource setting. So we know that individuals take costly actions to improve their social image or their status or to signal their type. This type of status signaling behaviors are also found in low resource settings where the opportunity cost is extremely high. We generally think this is the case because individuals care about the way they're perceived by others. And in fact, the literature describes wealth signaling in particular as a pure waste of resources. However, when asymmetric information is high, and in particular when it coexists with a lack of formal verification technologies, we can think that wealth signals may serve as an informal verification technology, and thus they may have an economic value. In this paper, I'm going to ask exactly this question. So I'm going to ask whether in a low information and a low resource setting, wealth signals have an instrumental economic value. The low resource setting that I'm going to work in is the urban area of Kampala in Uganda. To look at economic benefits, I will focus on credit markets because access to credit is a relevant economic interaction, which is also characterized by high asymmetric information problems. Now, the wealth signal that I'm going to look at is obesity. As many of you probably are aware of, in low resource settings, obesity is generally enjoyed by the wealthy. So it's kind of a good wealth signal. The interesting thing about looking at the instrumental economic benefits of obesity is that contrary to other standard wealth signals, such as car ownership or owning a nice watch, obesity does not have a collateral value. It does not have an intrinsic economic value. It cannot be seized. Thus, it allows me, if we see that obesity has an instrumental economic effect, we can assume this comes through its wealth signaling value. In this paper, I will then ask two specific questions. First, I will ask whether obesity is exploited as an informal wealth verification technology in Kampala. And then second, I will ask whether, because of asymmetric information, there exists an obesity premium in access to credit. Now, to look at the causal effect of obesity, since we all know that body mass is endogenous to constraints and preferences, I will randomize obesity using photomorphed portraits. I start from a set of 30 Kampala residents' portraits, and thanks to two photographers, for each original portrait, which you now cannot see, I create a lower body mass and a higher body mass version. Since on average, the higher body mass versions have a body mass of 37, meaning they are obese, and the lower body mass versions are on average normal weight, this randomly assigning the picture's portrait version allows me to get at the causal effect of obesity relative to normal weight. This paper is structured as follows. I start with the first building block, which is a survey experiment in which I test whether obesity is perceived as a reliable wealth signal in Kampala. Then I move on to show that indeed, because of asymmetric information, there exists an obesity premium in access to credit. And the second experiment is a real estate experiment with real experts, so with real Kampala loan officers. Finally, building on the evidence that shows that there exists positive benefits from being obese in this context, I discussed the welfare and policy implications along two lines, both for efficient credit provision and for health policy. Actually, this last section of the paper is quite dense, and it exploits other experiments and an additional theoretical framework. But today I won't have time to go through that, and I will actually focus only on the core experimental results. Let's start with what I call the beliefs experiment. So the aim of this experiment is to test whether in Kampala it's normal to somehow update people update their own beliefs based on obesity. And in particular, I want to understand whether obesity is exploited basically as an informal wealth verification technology and as a standard wealth signal. The structure of this experiment is very, very simple. I have around 500 Kampala residents, which in a survey experiment are shown randomly selected photomorphed portraits of which are presented to them as portraits of other Kampala residents, which they may just meet on the street. The main outcome of interest here is the wealth rating that the loan officer, that these respondents give about the portrait that they are randomly assigned to see. An additional variation is that some of these portraits are associated with additional wealth signals, while some others are only presented as such. As you can see this in this graph, obese portraits are systematically rated as wealthier as their normal weight, as compared to their normal weight counterparts. Interestingly enough, this effect is quite strong and there is still space for beliefs updating even when I provide the respondents with additional information about, for example, the place of residence of the person or the fact that this person owns a car. So when I provide other type of wealth signals. Now you may say, sure, but this could be a beauty premium, and it could be a health premium. Obesity may convey so many other information about the person that we are looking at. And in fact, as my pre-registered secondary outcomes, I actually elicit other types of ratings on top of the wealth ratings from the respondents. If obesity was a good wealth signal, then we should expect that only the wealth ratings are affected by obesity, while other outcomes, such as other type of ratings or characteristics, such as beauty and health, are not actually affected by obesity. And this is exactly what you can see in this graph. On the x-axis, I show all the outcomes that I measure for each randomly selected photomorph portrait. I have wealth, my pre-registered outcome of interest, but also beauty, health, life expectancy, and self-control and ability. And as you can see, the respondents only update their beliefs in terms of the portrayed person's wealth, but not at all in terms of other potentially positive traits. Well, from this experiment, then we learned that obesity is indeed perceived as a reliable wealth signal. And also you have to remember that the respondents were never prompted to think about obesity at all. They just saw a random set of portraits which varied across several dimensions, and they immediately recognized the obesity signal. What we don't know yet is whether this beliefs updating actually translates into a set of economic benefits. One thing that we, for example, don't know is whether experts will behave the same way as, or will update their beliefs in the same way as normal lay people. This is the reason why in my second experiment, I look at the economic benefits of obesity in an economic interaction, in a relevant economic interaction, working together with real loan officers. I implement my second experiment by cooperating with 124 small financial institutions in Kampala. To participate into the experiment, the institutions had to allow 1 to 3 of their loan officers to take a survey during working time. In this survey, the loan officers had to evaluate 30 hypothetical loan applications. The incentives to provide truthful answer came from the fact that loan officers would receive real Kampala residents' referrals based on the way they answered to the hypothetical loan application exercise. Loan officers care about good referrals because they are paid mostly based on performance. The design is very similar to my first experiment in a sense that these hypothetical loan applications, they are cross-randomized. The content of the loan applications is cross-randomized, but the two variations of interest are the fact that the obesity status of the borrower and the asymmetric information between the borrower and the lender. This is an example of how a loan application will look. In Kampala, it is standard practice to use portraits or photo portraits of an individual as an identifier in banking or financial documents in general. So I can basically randomize the obesity status of a borrower by randomly assigning an application to either the higher body mass version or the lower body mass version of my portrait. To randomly assign the amount of asymmetric information between borrowers and lenders, I randomly choose whether an application contains or not contains self-reported wealth information about the applicant. When loan applications do not include self-reported wealth information, they look like these two versions in the upper part of the screen. While when an application would include wealth information, it would be in the form of this small sentence in the bottom. It's important to know that, that I include self-reported wealth information, that means profits, collateral, type of occupation, and so on, because At this stage, a loan officer would never have the chance of having verified wealth information about the borrower, considering that they spend basically half of their working week trying to actually verify on the field whether the information provided is correct. So this is a realistic, it's a choice made out of realism. The last information that you need to have are the outcomes that I am going to elicit from the loan officers. So what happens is that the loan officers rate 30 hypothetical loan applications, of which the first 10 applications do not include wealth information, while the last 20 applications all include wealth information. For each of these loan applications, the loan officers answer 5 questions. The first 2 questions are about access to credit. Access to credit, there are 2 margins where you can, as a loan officer, act. One thing is just you do not approve, or you choose to whether approve or not a borrower. And then you can also choose to move the interest rate to provide, to propose a higher interest rate to the borrower. So these are my first 2 outcomes. Then, looking at the mechanism, I elicit perceived creditworthiness and perceived financial ability. Finally, I have a real choice outcome, which is the choice from the loan officers, a yes or no choice, of whether the loan officers want to receive the referral of an applicant with similar characteristics to discuss this specific loan application.
About 5 minutes, Elisa.
Yeah. Thanks. Here are my results. In this graph, I will plot the coefficient of the obesity dummy from a regression including loan officers and loan application fixed effect. On the x-axis, I'm plotting the different outcomes. The very same application, when associated to an obese borrower, is systematically more likely to be approved. The applicant is perceived as more creditworthy and rated as more financially able. It's also more likely to be requested for a referral. Throughout the paper, I do not find any evidence that loan officers exploit actually interest rate as a screening device. Now, these results are pooling all the type of loan applications, both including wealth information and not including wealth information. Now, if my hypothesis was correct, then we would like to see that once we split the sample, we split the sample according to whether the level of asymmetric information between borrowers and lenders, we would like to see that the higher the asymmetric information, the higher the importance of obesity, so the higher the obesity premium. And this is exactly what I see. So the reducing asymmetric information by providing more wealth information, self-reported wealth information about the applicant, systematically reduces the obesity premium. This is true across all the outcomes, and it's also true if you look at the interaction without splitting the sample. Now, these results are very interesting because first, what you need to understand, these coefficients are standardized, but they're actually quite large. So on average, the obesity premium across all the applications is equivalent to increasing one person's income by 60%. This obesity premium goes down by 70% once you provide wealth information about the borrowers to self-reported wealth information about the borrowers to the loan officers. However, as you can see from this graph, the obesity premium does not fully goes to 0 even when we provide self-reported wealth information. And this is something that in the paper I discussed quite a lot. And I think my take on this is that there is still quite some asymmetric information, even once this type of self-reported information is provided. And therefore, loan officers still update their beliefs based on body mass. And in fact, this is supported by the fact that loan officers perceive the self-reported wealth information of the obese applicants as systematically more reliable. So just to wrap up, in this paper, what I show you is that because of asymmetric information, wealth signals have instrumental economic benefits in low resource settings. My paper basically brings together the literature on asymmetric information and the literature on status goods, and underlines one reason why wealth signals and general social image may be very important in low resource settings. The implications of this paper of these findings are quite wide-ranging, and in particular, I think the most interesting ones are along two lines. So one thing is broadly that we can think of this exploiting status goods in general, wealth signals in general, and informal verification technologies has implications for economic efficiency. And what I show in the paper is that it's really not the same as a formal verification technology, because it's based on the beliefs of the loan officers, which are often very off from the reality. And therefore, my paper underlines the importance of improving wealth verification technologies in low resource settings. On the other side, the other implication of these findings is that this type of incentives may actually induce people to invest more in what we call wasteful wealth signals. And the implication is especially striking if you think about obesity, because incentives to gain weight may induce people to actually put on more weight and take on unhealthy nutritional behaviors. So in fact, in a future work, I'm actually looking at whether correcting beliefs about status incentives or monetary incentives from being obese can be exploited to improve nutritional behaviors. And I think I am concluding, and I will like to thank you for your time. And if you want to know more about my paper, please shoot me an email.
Okay, thanks. So we have a few questions, maybe time for one or two. Eliana had asked 2 questions. So do you want to quickly ask your questions, Eliana?
Well, I had one which was about gender, meaning that you don't seem to distinguish between men and women, but for women, there's also kind of a historical association related to delivering children and the like. And then the other is more about these revealing wealth, and when this is discordant or concordant with the signal that you get from obesity. So if loan officers react differently, if I see, someone who looks very wealthy in terms of weight, but then declares low wealth, and all the different combinations, because I think there might be something when the two signals don't go in the same direction. Pick whichever of the two you prefer.
I think I can do both. So I look at the heterogeneity by gender. I thought that was super interesting ex ante. And then actually I don't see any difference. So there is a difference in the obesity premium by gender. What is actually striking is just that women are actually more likely to get credit in my context because they're perceived as more trustworthy. But rather than that, the obesity signal works in the same way. And relative to the second question, this is super interesting. I didn't have the time to show this heterogeneity. But what it seems to be the case is that the obesity signal and other wealth signals are actually accounted for independently. So that I try to look at whether there are some substitution effects or some enhancing effects of having for example, two good signals. Of course, on average, you are more likely to get credit. But it doesn't seem to be that now I value only the obesity signal, only conditional, for example, on the fact that you are relatively rich. And then should I look at the
on that theme, Nancy? Do you want to come in and ask your question?
I am looking at the question right now. Actually, I haven't.
Hi, Elisa.
Hi.
It's a very cool project. So I had some comments. I won't. You can just see them in chat. I guess I had like 2 thoughts. One was you say that these guys, you sort of assume that these obese guys are really unhealthy relative to the ones that are less obese. I guess to me, it's not obvious that that would be the case in a developing country, and definitely not obvious that other people would perceive it that way, right? Like, and then my other question is just, do you think the results would be non-monotonic, where like if you had an even more obese person, that, then the results would go the other way? I mean, it doesn't undermine your paper. If this is more like a thought than a.
Yeah, thanks for both questions, actually. So can I answer first with the last question, because this is easier to explain. So I have a set of Ugandan people rating the body mass of these pictures. So to link basically my picture to a body mass value. I didn't have time to look at it, to show it today, but I do look at the heterogeneity across the entire body mass spectrum. And if anything, there is a really strong premium to being super obese, like body mass 47, something like this. So that went really strongly against my priors. But if anything, those very, very obese portraits happen to get even a stronger obesity premium. Relative to the first question about the health, I do not actually take any stance on understanding whether these people, like whether obesity in this context is a signal of health, or whether, I do think that this is a relatively high income, low income context, in a sense that it's an urban area where probably people have a bit more access to food. But the question of whether they perceive it differently by health, it's kind of an interesting one, because in the explicit beliefs, so if I would show a silhouette scale to people and ask them, okay, tell me at which stage, at which point there start being costs because of your body mass, people are quite spot on, both in terms of undernutrition, but also in terms of overnutrition. And yet, when I look at basically the implicit health beliefs by simply showing the pictures and asking what is the health of this person without pointing directly at body mass, then people do not seem to they think that they are differentially healthy. So this is something probably interesting to look into. I think there may be experimental demand effects once I don't know. It's a very interesting question, actually.
So I should have said this is currently the break. So if you need a break, go ahead and take a minute, and we'll start again in 2 minutes at 7. But since there seem to be a number of questions, we can just keep on discussing. So I don't know, Frank, if you wanted to ask your question.
Yeah, so I'd love to understand a bit better to what extent this is some rational updating in terms of, or Bayesian updating in terms of, people actually more likely to pay back loans and so on, or at least they're wealthier, or to what extent this might be some signal from the past that people are still using, but that might not be actually improving the accuracy of screening, at least in expectation.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Right, so in Kampala at the moment, if you are obese relative to if you are normal weight, you are on average $60, you earn on average $60 per month more. Okay, so first, this is a thing. Now, it's true that if you look at the distribution of obesity in the entire Uganda, the difference is way larger. Now, what I do in the last part of the paper is basically I make some assumptions and I back out from my experimental results the implied loan officers' beliefs about the wealth and body mass correlation. And I compare it with this $60 benchmark. The thing that you see is that there is a huge heterogeneity. Like the implied beliefs, so basically 3% of the loan officers have sort of quote unquote correct beliefs. But then the standard deviation is around, I think, $800. So, and what it seems to be the case is that loan officers have very, 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 very very heterogeneous beliefs, and therefore this is this may, on average, somehow it looks quite spot on, but then if you look at the distribution, you see that it goes all the way. And interestingly enough, there is not a, so like, for example, it's not that certain specific loan officers that are, for example, from a specific type of institution are all biased and the others are not, but it's actually quite spread out across all the institutions. So it really affects access to credit in general. I hope I answered a bit your question.
Okay, thanks a lot, Elisa. That was great.
Thank you so much.
So Belinda, are you there and ready to go? We might as well move right in. I think it's just to stay on schedule as best we can.
I am. Thank you, Jonathan. All right, let me share my screen. Full screen. Let me share. All right. Hopefully everyone can see my screen.
Looks good.
Okay, awesome. All right, set my timer. This will be pithy. So thank you very much, Jonathan and everyone for inviting us. This is joint work with my co-author, Nonso Bikili, who should be hopefully around and in the chat somewhere to answer questions throughout. So I'm just gonna give you like the Cliff Notes version of a very long and we think very rich paper. And we're gonna talk about prison labor and thinking about, you know, what is the effect on incarceration rates when prisoners are viewed and used as a source of labor to serve economic or extrajudicial interests? And are there any kind of long-term impacts on people's views of state legitimacy and kind of trust in legal institutions as well? So kind of the setting for our paper is to say, look, there are more people incarcerated today than at any other point in human history, right? 11 million people incarcerated around the world, and incarceration rates are kind of rising globally, right? So this has reinvigorated this question among many governments about like, what do we do with this like rising share of incarcerated people? And one suggestion that has come back is that, hey, we should use them for labor. We should use them for labor to work on these like public works projects for economic development. So we wanted to say, okay, let's take a step back. Let's think about what are the effects on incarceration, as I mentioned, when prisoners are viewed and used as a source of labor to serve economic interests. And we know that this is something that's being discussed now, policy-wise. We know that the US and China, for example, are two of the largest consumers of prison labor. Also, we're seeing a lot of discussion around policing and kind of protests around racist policing and kind of thinking about the racial gap in trust between Black and white Americans, for instance, in the United States. And saying, okay, like, you know, can we think of the kind of role of the criminal justice system more generally here in terms of, you know, if kind of, you know, something like prisons that are ostensibly an instrument of justice is used to serve economic or extrajudicial interests, could this affect kind of long-term effects on how people view, you know, their trust in legal institutions like police, for example, today? All right, so we're going to answer these questions using evidence from colonial Nigeria. Colonial Nigeria is from 1914 to 1960. So we have data from about 1920 to 1959 that we digitized, about 60, for the colonial period. So that's like over 90% of the colonial period in Nigeria. And this is a period where prison labor is really a very explicitly stated feature of state policy and state public finance, right? And so what we did was, again, we digitized a lot of data, 65 years of data, from the colonial period between 1920 and 1959, and from the post-colonial period in Nigeria. So Nigeria gets independence in 1960. Post-colonial period is from about 1970 to 1995 is the period that we have data for. So we said we can really use these two periods as a kind of like comparison to think about, one, what are these, you know, effects on incarceration when you have prison labor as a central feature of state policy in the colonial period. And in the second period, in the post-colonial period, it's no longer a feature of state finance and it's no longer a feature of state policy. And we can think of like, are the effects on incarceration similar as well? So three questions that we wanted to answer. One, how important was prison labor for kind of thinking about colonial public finance and public works construction? So construction and things like the roads and the railroads. Two, how did incarceration rates respond to kind of economic shocks then when prison labor was an important state of state public finance? Right, so prison labor is super important to the colonial regime in terms of state finance. If we find that from question one, then thinking about like when you have a labor demand shock, when you have a positive economic shock, does that increase your demand for unpaid prison labor? And we wanted to test that as well. And then as a falsification test in the post-colonial period, where again, prison labor is not a main feature of state public finance. Do you see that same relationship between economic shocks these demand shocks, labor demand shocks, and the incarceration rates and the demand for unpaid prison labor. And finally, thinking of, like, again, what are the kind of long-term, potential long-term effects of these type of prison labor systems on views of state legitimacy, and specifically on thinking about people's long-term trust in legal institutions like police when these institutions of justice are used to serve economic or extrajudicial interests. So we think colonial Nigeria is an informative region to study these questions because, if you look at colonial Nigeria, this is Nigeria in 1940. Nigeria in 1940, if you put it on a graph of like the top 40 countries in terms of incarceration rates today, would have ranked around number 15 out of 222 countries. So about 0.4% of the Nigeria's population was being incarcerated during the colonial period. So the US, as we all know, is number 1% of the US population is incarcerated today. So really, really high relative rates of incarceration rates in colonial Nigeria. Nigeria today incarcerates a much lower share of its population. It would rank around 211, this is the red line, of 222 countries today. So basically Nigeria was incarcerating the same amount of its population as the US was incarcerating over that period in the 1940s of its Black population under kind of notoriously racist / racially unequal Jim Crow laws. So just to put that in context as well. So we thought this is an informative region to kind of study these questions. So I'm going to tell you the results and then we can kind of zoom over the rest of the 30 slides because I would have already told you the results. So first, how important was prison labor to the colonial regime? So what we do is say, look, we know that by law, all prisoners have to work, right? If you are a sentenced prisoner in the colonial regime, you have to work and you are put to work only on government projects. So government public works expenditures like roads, like railroads, that kind of thing. And it's unpaid labor, they are not paid a wage, right? So what we can do is to say, let's think of if the prisoners had been paid a market wage, what would the gross value of their labor have been? What is the share of unpaid wages that would have gone to these prisoners, right? So what we do that calculation and we find that gross value of prison labor is strictly positive over basically all the years of the colonial period between 1920 and 1959. Even when we account for the most extensive set of prisoner maintenance costs, so think of the cost of feeding your prisoners, clothing your prisoners, your prison guards, etc., you would still have found that the net value of prison labor was strictly positive in most of the colonial period that we're studying here in Nigeria. So one of the things we can do is also say like how valuable is this relative to how much the colonial regime was spending on public works like the roads, and we find that gross value is something like between 40 to 249% of public works expenditure over this period, and the net value is still again a pretty significant share of public works expenditure during this period. So essentially, prison labor very, very economically valuable to the colonial regime. Second question was to say, okay, now that we established that prison labor is very economically valuable to the colonial regime, what happens when you have positive economic shocks that increase your demand for labor, right? So this is a context where you have extensive labor shortages because there are these like wage ceilings in the government public work sector that really worsen your labor shortage problem when, for instance, you have a positive economic shock that increases your agricultural productivity. So this is what we find. We find that incarceration rates are pro-cyclical during the colonial period. You see an increase in incarceration rates, an increase in the demand for prison labor when you see, for instance, a positive productivity shock, like a moderate rainfall shock that increases your agricultural productivity. Same thing, we look at this with cash crop prices and we find a similar effect. When you see increases in these export cash crop prices in these productive regions in the country, you see an increase in the demand for prison labor as reflected in the incarceration rates. And really only for this like short-term incarcerated prisoners. So think of prisoners with like less than 6-month sentences, the more malleable category than the long-term prisoners with greater than 2-year sentences. What's happening? So the kind of mechanism that we think we find in the historical literature and we are able to show some evidence for is that you kind of increase your demand for unpaid labor when you have all of this you push forward the construction on timing of your public works expenditure projects because you're trying to get all your roads and your railroads kind of up and running to extract more of these more valuable cash crops to the coast for export, right? So this is one story for why you increase your demand for prison labor here. And we do a bunch of robustness checks that I won't have time to go to here. But one thing that we also note is that this effect on the effect of economic shocks on incarceration rates is really reversed in the post-colonial period. So in the post-colonial period where you don't have prison labor as a main feature of state finance, you see that now we're more in the kind of crime, more typical crime literature, where negative economic shocks increase incarceration rates, right? So we'll show you evidence on that in the paper as well. Lastly, on this third question, are there any long-term effects of this kind of prison labor regime on, trust in legal institutions like police? We find that if you are a respondent in Nigeria today from these areas with high rates of colonial imprisonment, then you have much lower trust in legal institutions like police, and there's no effect on interpersonal trust. So everybody knows like the kind of Non and Wanchicon papers, on the slave trade. We don't see that here. This is like the kind of trust effects are only coming through the legal institutions, especially through things like police, things like courts, and no effect on things like trusting your neighbors or trusting your relatives. So now that I've shown you the results, I'm going to show you some more tables to show that we have more in the paper as well. To give you a little bit of background on this context, prison labor that we are studying here is a small part of a much larger regime of domestic forced labor in colonial Africa, right? So the famous story that from the historical literature is that you have this European colonial imperative where European colonists are trying to maximize revenues while minimizing the cost of administration in their colonies. And part of minimizing that cost is also minimizing the cost of hiring free market labor. So you have wage ceilings in the kind of government work sector, and they're very unwilling to kind of pay people wages to hire people to work on these government public works projects. So how then did you recruit people to hire in these things? One, you have these labor ordinances, labor laws, labor taxes that say, you Africans have to donate some free hours of labor every year for free to work on the colonial railroad and to work on the colonial roads, masters and servants ordinances that make it really hard basically for you to quit your job, vagrancy laws, labor pass laws, labor registration laws. People who have studied the US South and the treatment of African Americans in the US South will be very familiar, especially under the Jim Crow, with many of these laws. So very, very similar kind of policies to coerce people into the formal labor market in the European colonies. What happens if you don't participate? You are fined, or you are arrested, put in prison, and then your labor is used for free anyway, right? So really coercing people into this kind of domestic forced labor regimes. So let's talk about Nigeria in particular. As I mentioned, Nigeria is a colony from 1914 to 1960. We really look at colonial prisons, and this is really, really well organized, right? So you have these short-term prisoners with less than 6-month sentences. You have like long-term prisoners with greater than 2-year sentences. And the goal of this system is to punish crime, control the African population, and provide cheap unpaid labor that, again, it's only for government use. Private sector could not use these laborers, and every sentenced prisoner has to work, right? If you're an able-bodied sentenced prisoner, you have to work. So we don't have disaggregated data on crimes, but I can show you some time series information here, where essentially, if you look at the share of total convictions by crime, like what were people being incarcerated for during the colonial period from 1920 to 1940, where we have data from, so over 50% of the crimes are what are called offenses against revenue, road, and social economy laws. So this is like tax default, vagrancy laws, those laws that I mentioned before in the previous slide. If you look at post-colonial Nigeria, this is from 1977 to 1993, the major crime category that people have been convicted for is this green line, which is property theft. So this is offenses against property. So again, really giving you an idea that there's something really different happening in just the logic of incarceration between the colonial period and the post-colonial period. Okay, so I mentioned that you don't see prison labor as a main feature of state finance in the post-colonial period. And part of the reason for that, just to mention briefly, is that you have a very big change in the structure of Nigeria's tax revenue, after in the post-colonial period, right? So we go from mostly in this red line, mostly over 70% kind of agricultural export commodity revenue to in the 70s after Nigeria discovers oil and there's an oil boom in the 70s, basically most of Nigeria's revenue, government revenue coming from petroleum, right? So major change in the structure. You don't need like prison labor anymore for your extraction of revenue. In my last 5 minutes, so let me just show you the data and then I'll talk results and then, and please feel free to jump in. I see people in the chat if you have any further questions. The first question we wanted to answer was, again, how valuable was prison labor to the colonial regime? So what we did was digitize all this data from the blue books, which are the colonial archives, and we have data on prisons, on wages, on public works expenditure, on the distribution of the colonial railroad, right? The railroad in Nigeria is really just a function of the colonial period. It's not functional after the colonial period ends. And so we digitized this data. This is what it looks like. This is colonial Nigeria. These are the districts of the provinces. The red are the colonial prisons. This green is the colonial railroad. And you'll notice that there are just much more, prisons clustered in the south. This is where you have also more of the productive cash crops like palm oil and cocoa, as I'll show you in a minute. And interestingly, also clustered around the railroad as well. Right? So this is what I mentioned about the kind of value of prison labor. This is what we're calculating. As I said, we're saying like, what is the share of unpaid wages? We take like the kind of urban unskilled wage and wage to an unskilled laborer, as it's called in the archival material. And we say like, if they had been paid, what would that value have been to the colonial regime? And these are the kind of calculations we make in that very first part. So I just will show you what this looks like in terms of like the trends in the wages versus the red cost of the kind of total prisoner costs. The green line is kind of like the cost, the major costs of your prisoners, which is feeding your prisoners. This is where you can already see that, the kind of wages are above prisoner costs in most of the colonial period. This is one of the things that comes out from just like visually. So as I mentioned, super economically valuable, gross value that we calculate strictly positive, net value positive in most of the colonial period, and just reaffirming that this is an important part of kind of colonial public finance, prison labor during this period. So in the second question, I mentioned before, we wanted to understand, given that prison labor was so valuable to the colonial regime, what are the effects on incarceration rates when all of a sudden you have an increase in your demand for labor, right? You have a positive economic shock, a positive productivity shock that increases your demand for labor. And so what we do is, again, we take the incarceration data from the colonial archives, and we only have the kind of subnational data from 1920 to 1938. So we use that. And our outcome is like looking at the number of newly admitted prisoners, and we can kind of do falsification tests on the sentencing, right? So remember, only sentenced prisoners can work by law. So you can look at like the changes in the short-term, less than 6 month sentence category versus the long-term category. And the idea is that you shouldn't see anything on the long-term category, right? In terms of responses to productivity shocks. It should all be coming from this short-term category, which is a much more malleable category, less than 6 month sentences. So we use that data. We also gather data from the post-colonial period, similar data. And then for our economic shock data, we are using rainfall deviation data. We are using export cash crop price data of the major cash crops in Nigeria, which are cocoa and palm oil in the south, groundnuts in the north, and combining that with colonial crop production data and land suitability for production data as well. So just to give you a picture, this is what it looks like. The period we're going to study is 1920 to 1938, where you have kind of the highest rates of incarceration rates in the colonial period. And then we'll compare that to this post-colonial period in 1970 to 1995. Just to kind of give you, we thought this is like really informative, right? So this is like the spatial distribution of incarceration rates in colonial Nigeria from 1920. Super clustered in the south. It's weird, like except you think Southerners are more crime prone if you're like married to the crime, kind of explanation. This would be a very strange picture, right? Much more clustered incarceration rates in the south. And then in the post-colonial period, 1980, much more dispersed, right? So this is from 1980. So really, again, telling us that there's something really different going on in the logic of incarceration between the colonial period and the post-colonial period as well. So I told you about the cash crop. That's just to show you what the cash crops are. I'll skip over this. And let me show you the models that we are using here. So we are going to estimate 3 models to answer this second question. So one is saying, like, again, we're trying to understand how do incarceration rates respond to economic shocks when prison labor is an important feature of state public finance. So we say we're going to do this London-year model where we look at a quadratic where we say, look, if our hypothesis is correct, according to the history, the relationship between rainfall deviation and incarceration rates should be this inverted U shape in the colonial period, right? Where your kind of moderate rainfall shocks that signal increase in agricultural productivity, increase your incarceration rate. And in the colonial period, it should be more of a U shape where the extremes, so droughts and floods, increase your incarceration rate instead. So your beta 2 here should be significantly negative in the colonial period and positive in the post-colonial period. So this is the first model we estimate. Then we say, look, the quadratic does not allow us to distinguish positive and negative shocks. So we estimate low S curves, we find the turning points in the low S curves, and then we also refer to the agricultural economics literature to say, okay, what is a moderate positive rainfall shock that signals an increase in agricultural productivity? And basically we use these indicators to estimate these cutoff points. So moderate shock extreme negative shock, that's a drought, extreme positive shock, that's a flood. And we're trying to estimate this alpha here, and basically saying, if again the hypothesis is true, this alpha is going to be positive for these moderate positive rainfall shocks that increase incarceration rates. And then finally, we're going to estimate this gamma from this model of cash crops, where we look at increasing these productive cash crop prices in these cash crop areas and see if it increases the left-hand side, the newly admitted prisoners.
So Belinda, you have about 1 minute, so maybe think about.
I'm totally done. So I've told you all the results already. All the results are as we mentioned. So model 1, the signs work out. Model 2, the moderate positive rainfall shocks increase incarceration rates by about 12%. And in the post-colonial period, you see extreme negative, extreme positive, droughts and floods that are increasing incarceration rates there as well. Same thing, the kind of prices, higher valued palm oil prices increases incarceration rates in these palm oil producing areas, in short-term incarceration rates in particular. I'll skip over the railroad stuff. People can ask me later, like, what did we use the railroad for? We can talk about that as well. Let me just tell you about the trust. So I told you about the trust already. And what we're trying to do is say, like, look, given that we established that incarceration is being used in this kind of, serving economic interest way, does that have any effects, long-term effects on trust? So this is exactly what we find. I think I've run out of time. But we find the OLS, just correlations, you see a significant reduction in trust in police, courts, tax, these like historical legal institutions in areas with high levels of long-term community imprisonment. No effects on interpersonal trust. We also have an IV that I can talk about later that replicates these results and showing this like really significant reduction in trust in police in these areas. So I am done. Just to say again, it's a very long paper. Please, comments and questions are welcome. And really showing again that when you have incarceration as a part of your kind of state policy, state finance, one, it can have these perverse effects on increasing incarceration rates, and also two, it can have these longer term effects on reducing your trust in legal institutions like your police. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Belinda. So Nansa has been doing a great job answering some of these questions, but there are some more interesting thoughts in the chat. Why don't we continue and move on? So Melanie is up next.
Okay, all right, this should be good. Let me know if you cannot hear me. I should be okay. Okay, all right. So thanks for the opportunity to invite me to come to this conference and present my work on the cotton revolution in China. So I started with the question of where does this idea of the weaker sex comes from? So in these days, I think most of the economic historians or social scientists all tend to think that they almost assume that women have lower status, and most of us don't really go into the question where it comes from. So in anthropological literature, Harris has been attributing the women's low status to men's strengths and their advantage in warfare, and then later by their relative contributions to economic production. However, historically, it's been really exceedingly rare to have female breadwinner households. Therefore, we still observe the common stereotypes that women are tend to be associated with communion, and the man has like a higher angelic personalities. Here, this paper really trying to tackle these questions and looking at the shock that changes almost flip the roles and having women to be the major income earners instead, and see what happens when it follows this shock. And during the Cultural Revolution period, China saw that women were having income comparable or greater than those of their husbands. And this has led to, as I document in this paper, a permanent change in the belief in the inferiority of women. And in particular, the perception that women are less angelic and able. So there is a related literature on this topic, but I'd like to highlight that these 2 points. One is about, it's just very little is known about the consequences of having primary earner wives. Mostly is because we haven't really had an opportunity to have this type of the households available in a wider society. Even to this day, US likely has less than 15% of the households where wife earns more than husband. And then there's also the question about the persistence of gender stereotypes and the capacity for change. So the literature has shown that there has been very little change in this belief that women are more or less able than men, despite all these changes in their incomes in the past 30 years. And then there's also this paper related to the broader literature in cultural norms and beliefs in a historical perspective, also in what happened, the effects of the increase in women's earnings, and as well as the literature on sex ratio imbalances. So, so preview of findings. So in the paper, I mostly document that when women's relative contributions increase to close to more than 50% of the household income, then the beliefs about women begin to change. So this leads to a decline in the belief that men are more capable, and also a decline in the sex selection, but then an increase in women in positions of power. So here I view those are together contributes to the conclusion that the beliefs about women adapted upon this income shock. And those are all just manifestation of this change in the underlying beliefs. And then when women contribute to economic production, however, as income remained as supplemental, I do not observe any of those changes. So this is just a very quick snapshot of one core result of the paper that you see women, the beliefs about women is change. The belief that men are naturally more capable than women is becoming less common in the places where there has been cotton weaving in the past. So the cotton revolution is a productivity shock to the women from the 1300s to 1800s. So this is due to the use of better cotton spinning and weaving technologies introduced in the 1300s by a woman in the Yangtze Delta area from the Hainan Island. So this can be viewed as an exogenous technological change. Then the women produced the cotton cloths at home. And this is important because this made them more available for this type of productive activities, which is very different from the instance of industrial revolution happening elsewhere in the world. And then after 1840, this shock has ceased to exist because the household-based cotton weaving became less relevant. So the scale of the trade at the time was substantial. So as you can see, about 25% of the total trade was all related to cotton textiles. And this is different from the raw cotton. So later I will point out the differences and how does that affect the women's outcomes. So the prevalence of female breadwinning as a treatment. So here I would like to emphasize this is the treatment I've been looking at. Both this is based on the fact that weaving was very skill intensive and high paying. And the majority of the households were affected. So this was not just a few households, but it was pretty much everyone in the region that was suitable for cotton weaving. And then it was the women in the households that were doing the weaving work. And this is due to they have smaller hands and a greater dexterities. So how much did they earn? So I will not go through the details here because we still don't have time for results. But in general, they were earning a substantial amount of incomes. Some of the more optimistic estimates suggest that they were earning about 4 times as much as an unskilled male laborer. So this is precisely why it was possible to have those primary wife-based households, which is almost the mirror image of modern households behind since the Industrial Revolution. So also there is multiple reasons for the persistence or for the high relative female earnings to have be sustained for such a long time. Most of those are historical contingencies, so which I can come back if there's questions. So the extended variable is constructed in the following way. So first I use the historical gazetteers, both the county level sources and prefecture level sources. So if I'm on map, this is going to be looking like this. So I consolidate these 2 types of sources into just one. And then I use this as a binary variable for cotton weaving for altogether 1,622 counties. So I would code this cotton clause or the mention of clause, which in this case is obviously cotton, coded as 1, and the rest will be 0. And I also code the silk and hemp textiles. Later I'll use them as a comparison to show that only the high-paying work, which is cotton weaving, changes the beliefs about women. The capable women image. So this is something I'm trying to based on the rest of the analysis upon. So this can be viewed as motivating evidence. So historically, it has been disputed that women, after they had this new role of being weavers who also sold their products to the market, they begin to be associated with like being very strong and with the she husband, and men sometimes they're found to be getting their pocket money from wife. In fact, this is still part of the oral tradition in some of the factory regions in China, that men will be saying they'll be getting their pocket money from their wife. And then modern evidence, as I showed you earlier, that we observed this change in the attitude or belief that women are less capable than men, but also we also see the change in men should focus on career and women should focus on the family. And there is no such changes when we look at other values, such as premarital sex or homosexuality, or those views towards modernity or modernization. So it shows that it's a pretty specific change to the gender norms and the beliefs about women's abilities specifically. And then the bulk of the analysis has been going to be using birth sex ratio in 2000 as a key outcome. So across most societies, birth sex ratios are very clustered, and so it's usually around 103 to 107. So in the population, there's wider variation because people die based on age-specific mortality rates. However, for the birth sex ratio, we typically see very narrow range. However, in both China and India, there has been a lot of sex ratio imbalances for reasons related to a lack of religious prohibition and in general pretty lax laws. So therefore, we observe sex ratio imbalances, and here I treat it as an indicator for the underlying discrimination against women. And this is the core results. So as you can see across the columns, I trying to add or take out some of the controls based on if some of the modern controls especially could be confounding factors. But mostly this is a table showing you that if the area had cotton weaving between 1300 and 1840, so this is purely historical, and then the sex ratio at birth in 2000 is going to be more balanced. It's going to have less of a boy surplus, so 3 boys per 100 girls less. So on average, every 100 girls born in China, there's 118 boys were born. So that's the magnitude of the imbalances. But by having a cotton weaving in the past, those areas are going to see less of such differences or the imbalances in the sex ratios. So I'd also like to show you what it looks like for previous years. So as you can see, this is really picking up after the sex selection technology became prevalent. And so after the mid-1990s, especially, I really see the cotton revolution starting to predict those imbalances. Before, there is very minimum imbalances at the first cohort. So for the further robustness, I also check out how we manipulate the level of clustering, because obviously the data sources coming from prefecture and the county levels. So I'd like to make sure that these results are robust to the clustering standards, but also I need to do some correction to the gazetteer data, which is the main data we use. And also I'm trying to account for spatial correlations and using different subsamples so I can tease out some of the outliers, but also add some of the additional controls for the pre-1300 conditions. And then I also account for a number of intervening shocks. So obviously China also started to have industrial revolution after 1840, which is also the time where cotton revolution ceased to become important. So I'd like to see how this introduction of centralized factories affects women or interacts with the shock of the cotton revolution, but also the missionary influence and the economic liberalization. But I would like to focus on the two additional results before I move on to more of the causal estimates, which is if we look at the decisions made by those individuals, so the cultural values or beliefs are going to have a way to affect outcomes, but in particular affect the private decisions, given that more of the centralized decisions will be made by the state. So I look at the outcomes. There's still room for the private decisions. So one is the years of schooling. So this can be reflecting parental investment. And the other is the percentage of the share of women who stayed married. And then also the percentage of CEOs who are females. As you can see, the cotton revolution also predicts those outcomes as expected. And then you do not see any relationship between cotton revolution and the female labor force participation, female unemployment, precisely because those are decisions made by the state in the year of 2000. That is not to say that this is going to stay this way in the future, because as China liberalizes them more, you perhaps to start to see this correlation at the later point. But in the year of 2000, just as expected, most of the females were in the labor force. Up to 90% of the Chinese women at the suitable age group were in the labor force. And as you can see, the cotton revolution did not predict the labor force participation in that year. And so, and the next few slides, I'm trying to do a few more things so that we be more sure that this is not driven by any of the selection issues. So for one, I account for also the Han subgroups. So this is a paper is already based on only the Han group, which shouldn't be any of the issues left, but let's go. I try to take one step further and also look at those changes within the Han groups. And then I don't see any significant changes in the estimates, but also I look at the matched samples, so I can vary the matched criteria all the way to there's only 200 counties left in the sample. So the full sample has almost 1,400 counties, but now I can reduce the number of the counties, throughout all the counties. That is not a perfect to examine, so I can just look at almost only 200 of them, but the results largely remain the same. So it looks like it was not really driven by selection into cotton weaving. And then I also do a difference in differences estimation. This takes a bit of a creativity, so there's going to be some argument about the measures. What I do is I use the poetry written in the Song Dynasty to construct a measure of visibility of women in society. So in the paper, I have more details about how I define those visibility of women. But this is basically a topic analysis. So I naturally form the topics and find the topics that looks like it's related to women. And then I find altogether 75,188 points is about women. So I tagged as women visible. And using this measure, I built this different diff model, and then I find very similar results to what OL has. And this is all these scores, so it's about 0.3 standard deviation of being of the dependent variable. And then I look at an instrumental variable estimation. Okay, thanks. And then this is similar to the previous idea. It's also just a different way to get at the causality. And I built this measure based on the interaction between the humidity suitable for weaving and the distance to where the technology first began to spread. So, and this is just going to show, this is a code about in Britain that people also acknowledge that to have a dry day is not good for weaving. And then, yes, so in terms of results, this is actually very similar to what the diff and diff says. It's also, if you do some calculations, also similar, it's also close to about 0.3 standard deviation of the mean. So I only have 1 minute left, so but the rest of this is just trying to understand the mechanisms better. And I do a few things. One is I trying to shed light on the nature of the treatment by trying to just explaining about a very basic bargaining model. Women in mostly married women, when they make more than men, so they're basically indifferent between being married or not. So this gives them bargaining power. And then this is also some further evidence of culture change. So before I only have a modern measure of cultural beliefs, but here I try to also incorporate this measure from historical time, just a custom of dowry, but obviously it's not a perfect measure. And then I tested the hypothesis and the varying institutional arrangements. That this include the post-1840 periods, but both the pre-socialism and the post-socialism period. But in general, I gathered a few more pieces of evidence to try to speak to the cultural mechanism better. I think one of the most convincing evidence might be when I examined the head of the household in the year of 1991, where women declared to be the head of the household at the higher percentage in places with the Cultural Revolution. So this is a time period where there is no real official private property. So when you see the head of the household, it really is an indicator of informal power within the home, rather than just who owns this home, who owns this property. So even so, and then I also control for some of the economic characteristics of this woman during this period. But even so, you still see the Cultural Revolution has been able to predict women being the head of the household, and it accounts for about 1/3 of the mean in the total in the mean of the women being the head of the household. So I think I'm done. So this remaining slides is just to show how we think about these results and what are the caveats, and some of these comparisons as historical periods in Europe and the United States helps to illustrate the nature of this shock better. This is unusual because it actually leads women to be primary earners, which wasn't the case in some of the other periods that you see an increasing labor force participation by women. And then also ask the question, how is this so unusual, and why there wasn't any organized response to try and keep women out of the workforce, and what are the conditions that might have helped people to update their beliefs about women. Yeah, just to conclude, this paper trying to show the transformative impacts of female bread earning on beliefs about women. And this also shows that the culture change can be a complementary path to the rise of women. This is relative to changing the laws or formal institutions. And then women's relative contribution, now, when it increases to close to more than 50% of the household income, this is really being emphasized in the paper. And then this is the point, then the beliefs about the women begin to change. So therefore, this might explain that why there's still some persistence in this gender stereotypes. Perhaps it is because it hasn't, for one, has not been long enough to change, but also it's because the relative contributions has not increased to a high enough level to trigger the change. Thank you. Thank you for the, did I miss some questions? Yes, I finished.
Perfect timing, thank you. We're sort of right at the end, so unless anyone has a burning last question, we can maybe go into the next one and continue questions by the chat. There goes my timer. So Maddie, do you want to share your screen? Great.
Sure. Okay, that's working?
Yes, that looks good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me. Today I'll be talking about inter-household and interpersonal constraints to women's employment in India. India's female labor force participation rate is one of the lowest in the world. So it's currently just at 23%, in contrast to the rate of 47% across low and middle income countries. However, a lot of women across India who are not working report an interest in doing so. Research has instead focused on husbands as a possible constraint. They have a lot of control over women's labor supply and tend to be less supportive of women working than women themselves are. However, findings from Saudi Arabia, which is another setting where women's employment is really low and where husbands have a lot of control over it, suggest that it might not take a lot to persuade husbands that their wives should work. But all of this begs the question, if women want to work and their husbands can be persuaded, why do women not persuade them? The idea explored in this paper is that women may lack the self-confidence to persuade their husbands. So women in India occupy a very low social status. So currently India ranks just 14 of 166 countries on gender development. And living with a really low social status could create a general sense of low self-confidence in women. And it could be that trying to persuade one's husband requires a sense of self-confidence that women lack. I explored these ideas using a field experiment in rural Uttar Pradesh. So this is one of India's poorest states, and it's a state that adheres strongly to traditional Indian gender norms. I partnered with a large firm offering women training and employment in carpet weaving. Now, prior to the opening of any jobs with this firm, I selected a random subset of women who were eligible for this program and offered these women a counseling intervention to raise self-confidence. After that intervention, I informed all of the women about the job with the firm and showed them a video promoting the job. But I cross-randomized whether their family members were simply informed about the job or informed and also shown this promotional video. Then after both interventions ended, sign up for the job opened. So brief preview of what I find. Self-confidence treatment produced a persistent increase in women's self-confidence. There's an interesting pattern of effects on short-run employment. So the self-confidence treatment only, meaning self-confidence treatment, promotion, control, increased women's employment. Assignment to promotion treatment only also increased women's employment. But surprisingly, work under both interventions is no different than under neither. And for some outcomes, it's significantly lower than either one alone. And I'll discuss a potential explanation later on. Finally, effects on employment do not persist. And this suggests that it might be harder to persuade families that women should stay in the workplace than it is to convince them that women should enter it. So next, I'll provide some background on the concept of self-confidence. So I'm going to use a conceptualization of self-confidence from psychology called generalized self-efficacy, or GSE. So self-efficacy, it refers to one's beliefs in one's own ability to succeed in a particular task. So you can think about this as your confidence in your own ability to reach a particular goal. GSE, or generalized self-efficacy, refers to one's sense of self-efficacy in a generic task. So the idea is that there's a common piece of self-efficacy across tasks in life. It's almost like an individual trait self-efficacy, and that is generalized self-efficacy. You can also think of it as a general sense of self-confidence. These are key concepts in psychology with important implications for poverty, but they don't receive a lot of attention in economics. Psychologists have developed scales to measure GSE, and I adapted one of the scales for my setting. An example of a question on the scale is, can you solve most problems if you invest the necessary effort? Psychologists have found that women's GSE is lower than men's in some countries. And psychologists suggest that this might be due to gender norms in those countries. This, and combined with India's strong gender norms, would imply that women in India may have substantially lower GSE than men in India. And amongst women in my sample, I find that working for income off one's own farm is associated with higher GSE, but family member opposition to women's employment is correlated with lower GSE. Now, how could GSE affect decisions about women's labor supply? So the paper outlines a really simple theoretical model of a household decision about women's labor supply. The key ingredient is that the utility of women's family members for women's work is influenced by women's persuasion. And greater GSE makes women more likely to try to persuade their families. So next, I'll provide details on my experiment. So I partnered with a large firm that manufactures carpets in rural Uttar Pradesh. The firm offers women 4 months of paid training in carpet weaving, followed by the option to work as a weaver. And I studied decisions to take up the program in 6 women's weaving centers that were set to open in November of 2017. In August of that year, I went door to door in the 6 catchment areas and invited eligible women to participate in the study. The eligibility requirements were a set of criteria for eligibility to participate in the firm's program, but also some that I required for participating in the study. The key requirements were that women be aged 18 to 40, available in person when a surveyor came to visit them, and that they be married. This gave a sample of about 1,000 women, and just 16% of these women were working off their own farms at baseline. After I had the sample, I randomly assigned GSE treatment, and I cross-randomized promotion treatment. Women who were assigned GSE treatment were offered a psychosocial intervention to increase GSE. This intervention was designed in consultation with Corestone, which is an organization that provides evidence-based programs in psychology to populations similar to mine. The intervention was delivered in 9 meetings held over 4 weeks, and the meetings were with groups of about 6 women who lived in the same neighborhood, and the meetings were facilitated by trained surveyors. So the curriculum broadly had women recognize how their abilities could enable them to reach goals they have in their lives. The content was delivered through instruction, group discussion, and a variety of other activities. Each concept was illustrated with reference to a very particular domain of life, but a lot of domains were considered across the 9 sessions. And importantly, to reduce demand effects, the curriculum had very little focus on employment or on inter-household negotiation. These topics, of course, could have been brought up organically by participants themselves, but that's part of the point. So I should also say that the intervention likely affected soft skills and other aspects of psychology in addition to GSE. This is sort of unavoidable given the nature of the GSE concept and of psychosocial interventions. Importantly, I used an active control group. So control women also attended group meetings, but in these meetings, they took surveys on aspects of daily life in their villages. And this holds fixed effects of meeting attendance that are unrelated to GSE. So things like social connections or mobility. Now, next was the promotion intervention. So after the GSE intervention ended, I informed women and separately their husbands and in-laws about the firm's program. So all of the women were informed about the job and given a promotion for it. But the promotion treatment assignment determined what was given to their family members. So all family members were informed about the job, but only treated family members were also given the promotion. The promotion was a 6-minute video marketing the firm's program. It included testimonials from people associated with the program, interspersed with shots of the women's workplace. And it tried to address concerns that women's families have about women's work. So this ended up being a somewhat traditional message. So the video tried to argue that the job is socially acceptable, but didn't really argue for women's employment on the grounds that it would empower women. Then to sign up, women had to go with a family member to their weaving center on a sign-up day and complete a brief sign-up process. So this figure visualizes the timeline of my interventions and the data that I collected. So in blue are the 2 interventions, GSE and promotion. In red is the first source of data, which are official records of program participation. So I observe whether women attended the job sign-up day, which happened just a few days after the promotion ended. And I also observe whether they attended the program in the first 3 months. I also collected several waves of survey data, which is noted in green, to gather information on other aspects of employment and other aspects of women's lives. There's of course attrition from the surveys, but reassuringly it's balanced by treatment status. So next I'm going to turn to effects on GSE. So to measure GSE, I aggregate responses to the GSE scale that I discussed earlier, and the resulting measure ranges from 1 to 4. So as you can see in the table, the GSE treatment produced a highly significant increase in GSE in the weeks immediately following the intervention, but remarkably, there was an effect about 1 year later as well. And these effects are pretty large. They represent about 0.2 standard deviations. So next, let me turn to the effects on employment. So first, I look at effects on program participation in the short run, considering effects on signing up for the program and then attending the program in its first 3 months. One thing to highlight is that my regression includes indicators for assignment to each of the 3 treated cells rather than using the interacted specification. This, of course, won't change the results, but should change how you interpret the coefficient on the both treatment indicator. I find that the GSE treatment on its own significantly increased sign-up. There also seems to be an increase on attendance in the first 3 months, though I'm not quite powered to detect the effect. These effects are pretty large, and they represent a 35% increase. And they suggest that employment might be constrained by aspects of women's psychology. The promotion treatment on its own produced a significant increase in participation according to both measures. The effects are quite large, and they represent a 60% increase. And they suggest that it might not take a lot to persuade families that women should work. Now, interestingly, employment under both treatments is no different than under neither. And in fact, it's significantly lower than under the promotion only. I'll discuss reasons for that in a second, but for now, it suggests that intervening in the household is a delicate endeavor. I find similar effects on general employment in the short run. So here I'm looking at effects on an indicator for working off one's own farm at 6 weeks and at 5 months. So the GSE treatment on its own had a significant effect at both of these end lines. And the positive effects represent about a 45% increase. Promotion treatment on its own had a similar effect on general employment, producing about a 45% increase. But again, under both treatments, employment is no different than under neither. And in fact, at 6 weeks, it's significantly lower than under either one alone. So next, I'm going to investigate channels in household decision-making, considering effects on decisions about sign-up using reports from surveys. So first, I look at effects on whether an individual is interested in the woman signing up for the job. And these reports were taken just after individuals were informed about the job. So I find that GSE treatment raises family members' interest in the job. And this is consistent with persuasion from women. Interestingly, there doesn't seem to be an effect of the promotion on family members' interest, but it could be that this effect took a little more time to evolve than immediately after they'd seen the video. Now, looking at women's interest is a little tricky because I informed women about the job over the same week as I was delivering the promotion to families. So to capture the effects of the promotion treatment, I need to limit to women who happen to be informed after their family members were. So I see when I make that restriction that GSE treatment didn't affect women's interest, but the promotion treatment reduced women's interest. It could be that family members asserted more control over the decision after they were maybe made more involved in it, or perhaps had seen somewhat traditional arguments for women's employment in the promotional video, and this could have reduced women's interest in the job. And it could be that then that GSE allowed women to then act on this reduced interest, which is why I see what I see in employment results under both treatments.
About 5 minutes.
Great. Next, I'm going to provide some more evidence of persuasion using reports on the nature of household discussions about the opportunity. But first, it's helpful to think, how might women in this setting persuade their families? So a woman in a focus group said that she convinces her families with love. So she said if she uses anger, her family will get angry and might beat her up. But if she uses love, it's more likely that they'll be convinced. And the reports are consistent with this subtle persuasion. So in this table, I'm looking at effects on an index that reflects the amount of discussions the household had, so the length and the number. I also look at effects on an index that reflects the amount of discord in the household, so how much they disagreed, how much they argued. Now, under GSE treatment only, women report significantly greater amounts of discussion. But interestingly, families report significantly less amounts of discussion. And this is consistent with a really subtle form of persuasion, where women are bringing up the topic of them working very subtly and in a way that family members aren't necessarily aware of. So women might happen to mention over dinner, you know, our neighbor's wife is working, or wouldn't it be nice to have some extra money to do X? And it could be that women are very intentional about saying this to try to persuade their family members, but the topics aren't exactly about the job, and so their family members don't really notice that they're doing it. And consistent with this subtle sort of persuasion, I find a significant reduction in the amount of discord within the household. The promotion treatment only doesn't seem to do much to reports of the amount of discussion, but it does reduce the amount of disagreement. So it could be that family members were interested in the job and households talked about it as they normally would, but family members just said, all right, you're going to take this job. Now, under both treatments, these effects disappear. So it could be that what happened is after the family saw the promotion, the family member, they said, all right, you'll take this job. But women who had self-confidence then said, wait, I'm not so sure about that. And that's what led to this undoing of these effects about decision-making, but also in employment. So quick recap of the channel's results. I see that GSE might lead women to persuade their households that they should work, but a traditional promotion to women's family might reduce women's interest. And confident women could reverse persuasion that they otherwise would have done following this promotion. Now, lastly, I'm going to present effects on general employment in the long run. So I find no effects on employment in the long run. So there's no effect of either treatment alone or both together. So a natural question is, why do the short run effects not persist? And it could be that it's just harder to convince families that women should stay in the workplace than it is to convince them that women should enter it. So in conclusion, results suggest that it might not take much to persuade families in India that women should enter the workplace. But low self-confidence of women might keep women from persuading family members themselves despite wanting to work. But a psychosocial intervention could give women this confidence. However, combining this intervention with a more traditional promotion to family members may have unintended effects. Now, finally, it might be harder to convince families that women should stay in the workplace than it is to convince them that women should enter it. And further research would be required to understand how to produce more sustained family support for women's employment in India. Thanks a lot. That's it.
Great, thanks. We have maybe 1 minute. Supreet, are you still there? Do you want to ask maybe one of your questions?
Sure, thank you. I was just trying to I guess maybe related to Oriana's question on standard errors. On a lot of your tables, you actually can't reject that the interaction coefficient is different, or the coefficient where they got both treatments is actually different from the coefficient where they just got the GSE treatment. And so I'm wondering why you're pitching so strongly that, this had these negative results. Like, for example, in the 3 months out version.
Yes, so it's true. What you can reject is the difference between the promotion and both. So what that suggests is that when the promotion is turned off, self-efficacy has a positive effect, but when the promotion is turned on, it has a negative effect. Does that make sense?
That's the difference between beta. That's not the difference between beta 1 and beta 3. That's something else.
That's beta. So I can reject beta 2 and beta 3 are equal. Beta 1 and beta 3 I don't have the power to distinguish between the two, but I can reject beta 2 and beta 3.
Okay, thank you.
Then maybe Mike, do you want to come in? I think that Oriana had also mentioned a similar point earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just that I wonder, one distinction here relative to Saudi Arabia is that's an environment where I think gender norms were kind of clearly shifting and men hadn't realized the extent to which other men had grown used to women working outside the household. And I'm kind of wondering if the lack of persistence here isn't sort of saying where you're working in Uttar Pradesh is, I guess it might take more to shift norms.
Yeah, it could be. I think the Saudi Arabia study is over a short time horizon though. So it looks at effects, I think 3 or 4 months out, which is at that time I do see effects. So I don't think we know what would have happened in Saudi Arabia over a longer time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Selim, do you want to ask your question? If people need to go, they can go, but we may as well.
Sure, hi. I was just wondering whether some of the information within the promo video may have contradicted some of the arguments women may have themselves put forward during their convincing discussions. Like you mentioned, the video specifically didn't say anything about women's empowerment, and if anything, tried to shy away from it. Could it be that women themselves, rightly so perhaps, implied they would be better off in other ways than just earning income?
Yeah, they could. I don't have a lot of information about the content of the discussions, but it certainly could have done that. But it would have to have done it in a way that worked and that persuaded their families.
Okay, so we should probably wrap up. So thanks a lot, Maddie. Thanks to all the presenters today. Really fascinating set of papers. Thanks also to the all the attendees and your excellent questions. And we look forward to continuing tomorrow, 4 p.m. UK time. So please do tune in again. Same Zoom link for all of you. It's a slightly different YouTube link, but I assume you can find that. So any last words from anybody else, or yeah? Okay, thank you.